Wednesday morning as we bring in Henry Greenstein of the Lawrence Journal World, your official KU insider. He's breaking down the latest recruiting moves, game day matchups, and everything happening in Lawrence. If it impacts the Jayhawks, Greenstein's got the breakdown. Tune in Wednesday mornings on Sports Daily, your home for Jayhawk coverage. Sports Radio KFH.
The KFH studios, powered by Devon James Injury Lawyers. Call 888-8888.
That's 888-8888.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit.
Love when my time is up. That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's gone! In the American League, the Rays and Yankees are fighting for the East. The White Sox and Guardians are scrapping for the Central. And the Rangers, Mariners, and Astros are battling for every inch of the West. In the National League, the Braves and Phillies are writing another chapter in their fierce rivalry. The Brewers and Cubs are chasing the Central crown. And the Dodgers are setting the pace out west. October is getting closer, and every game counts. Listen for the latest.
Sports Radio KFH.
The Drake Toll Show. If LeBron James wants to go to an organization where you walk through the front door and say, no one's that much better than me. If he goes to Miami, Giannis Antetokounmpo is better than you. Boston, Jason Tatum is better than you. They've got stars. You know who doesn't? The Golden State Warriors.
Drake Toll. Mornings on Sports Radio KFH.
Every morning, I wake up and then I eat 5 strips of bacon. And for lunch, I eat a bacon sandwich. And for a midday snack, bacon, a whole damn plate. And I usually drink my dinner.
Now, from Wichita's most listened to sports radio, 97.5 and 1240 KFH. This is Sports Daily.
Strap yourself in and feel the G's.
That's right, baby. Feel those G's. Jacob Albrock, Brady Bowman with the all sort of new Sports Daily. Now, 8 to 11 live with you every morning. Yes, we've been with you 7 to 11 for a long time. We are now 8 to 11, all live, all taking your calls at 869-1240. If you were a later in the show listener, you can now get in touch with us live. So be ready for that. And we are excited. Brady steps in now on a full-time basis as we get ready to rock and roll right into the fall. We've got a great list coming over the next few weeks of insiders and guests that'll be joining us, become a part of this family, and we're excited about it. Max Power is back in the studio. He'll be taking those calls for you at 869-1240. You can also get in touch with the show on our various video streams. Thank you for watching on 12 News Connected, as always. If you're watching on the socials, Facebook, YouTube, X, you can leave comments right there on those platforms. We can get those out over the air. If you're listening to us on the Odyssey app, I know a lot of people do that. You can actually leave us voice messages. It's a pretty cool feature. Just hit the little microphone in the app. It'll leave a voice message that goes right in there to Max, and we can take your voice messages that way. Even, I believe, even if you're podcasting the show later and you have thoughts on something, you can get those in, and we can try to get to those. You can also email the show at sportsdaily@kfhradio.com. I'm excited, Brady. Jacob Albrecht here. Brady Bowman there. You ready to go? Let's go. 3
Let's
hours
do it.
live. You ready for this?
Oh, man. Yeah, I haven't done 3 hours of live radio in a while. And always a fun time. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what's ahead. And I got to say, for people calling in, who knows? I mean, how many phone lines do we have? Because you strike up a conversation with Max, you're going to learn some things.
You are. You know, you'll be in a deep Larry Bird dive, Caddyshack. Before you even know it. You'll be involved in that. Whether you like it or not sometimes. But listen, we are excited. It's a good day to come in with 3 hours because since we left you on Friday, it has been eventful. We'll just put it that way. We've had I don't even know. I was sitting here before the show as we're just kind of laying it all out of like, oh man, how do we do? We've had Paul Mills got a contract extension. A million players in college basketball and others seemingly just became eligible, maybe. We had a last minute, quite literally pivot from the Big Ten and the SEC, and now there's momentum back to our Protect College Sports Act legislation. I don't know what that does to the Colorado court ruling that makes 2022 four-year seniors eligible again. We have all of those things happening. The Chiefs have a couple injuries Friday and Saturday that we got to talk about. The Royals make a trade at the deadline and now are perhaps famously not making certain trades that have the fan base pretty riled up, Brady. There is a lot to get to today, so I'm glad we're 3 hours in to explode right out of the gates. this is normally still a week or two away from things really ramping up, but that's not going to be the case. This college sports story, man, like it just does not let up from what one thing to another. It's wild.
And more layers to it now. I mean, like, it's like if you thought it was confusing before with this Colorado ruling and how all this is going to work out, and is one thing going to supersede the other? I mean, I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to follow.
I'm trying to think of 3 more typically confusing entities to follow along with than the judicial system, Congress trying to pass a law, and the NCAA. Like, you take 3 of the more confusing, all over the place things to try to follow along with, and you just smash them all together, and here's what we've got. So we'll take you chronologically sort of through how everything has come together in the last little bit as we just sort of get you through these headlines today. We'll see later in the show if Brady has come up with any perhaps headlines I missed. He's going to take over that segment for TJ, and it'll get interesting. Those can be anything. They don't have to be sports. They don't have to be anything. So producer Brady, from his other life, 12 News, will have to come into play here and find some good ones. We'll do that later in the show. We'll continue that fun on the show, and we'll just continue to get ready for the fall, quite frankly. We get these couple of weeks here out of the gates for 3 hours live. A lot of listener interaction. I think the new format will be a little more advantageous for you to call in, maybe, as it has been. Not only do we have the 3 hours, but we kind of get into that later hours live now to where people can maybe call in that way. So that's open to you. We'd love to have you. We have all kinds of good stuff taking place. Rick would like to point out via the YouTube channel that LA went and trying to buy more championships. That's right. That's another headline from Friday. Since Friday, they traded for Scooble. We could all see it coming. We all knew this is coming. Major League Baseball has a problem here. It's just one of many that they're going to have to sort out in what feels like an inevitable lockout. I don't know. Like, there's a part of me, Brady, that's like mad at the Dodgers and wants to hate them, and I think I can appropriately, but like I can't really blame them. Right? No. I'm like, is it that I'm jealous of them? I don't know, because that's where a lot of people go like, oh, you're just jealous. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm just jealous. Like, it kind of feels like dirty championships to just go have all the best players to win it. But a lot of the things that they do, honestly, like the free agency stuff in the off seasons drive me crazy, Brady. But it's not their fault. They constantly have the best farm system and can make these kinds of trades before the money even comes into a factor. They're not paying Tarek Skubal, and it wasn't a free agent. They had the ammo in the farm system to go get him. So yeah, I think I'm kind of jealous of that. But yeah, look, they're doing other stuff that might be cheating that Major League Baseball is going to have to figure out. The Shohei Ohtani contract comes to mind. Of course, all that money getting pushed way down the road is silly. That's the part where it feels like a rule change probably needs to come into play. And quite frankly, I'll be honest, I know the players don't want it. Baseball needs a salary cap, and baseball needs a salary floor, maybe more importantly. But it needs both of those things. I'm kind of come around to. But we can get into that as we discuss the Royals and their dealings. They did make a pretty sizable trade. Lane Thomas is now gone. Bailey Falter is now gone. The bad trade to acquire Falter last year may be leaving even more of a bad taste in Royals fans' mouths now. But they do move Lane Thomas. I think everyone could agree that was a good addition for the Royals this offseason, if nothing else, other than he played well and they were able to trade him. But they all of this is they get swept in Colorado over the weekend, Brady. Just absolutely miserable. Right now for Royals fans. I don't know what to tell you, but we'll get into all of it. We're going to have Jalen Thompson, I believe, make an early week appearance tomorrow. We'll get a time locked in to discuss the trade deadline and what the Royals did and perhaps didn't do. That deadline is today. Let's see. I believe it's usually at 3:00. Let me make sure that's the time this year. I know it's 5:00. Okay, it's 5:00 this year, so they pushed it back a little bit. So until 5:00, we'll see what happens. Lots of trades. There have been a lot of big ones. This has been an active deadline and it's probably almost inevitably going to get more active today. The Royals almost certainly not done, although based on some reporting, not trading some guys that perhaps they should. We'll get into that as we get to it. I'm excited, Brady. You ready for this?
Let's do it. I'm in the driver's seat. Seatbelts on. Ready to hit the gas pedal.
Let's go.
Out copy.
Let's go. Let's do it. It's all What's on Tap, brought to you by the Wichita Brewing Company. And it is a fun time of year for them. Your summer spot, pizza and apps, the whole group will love. Seasonal beers, cocktail menu for the adults, new dirty sodas, and homemade root beer to keep the kids happy. WB, see you this summer at Wichita Brewing Company. We're coming right back.
Royal Blue runs deep in this town. 97.
Lightning, hail, tornadoes, flooding. It's the worst of severe weather, and it's coming. Spring brings warmer temperatures, but also dangerous weather conditions. Stay up to date day or night with the Storm Team 12 weather app. You'll get accurate forecasts, so you can plan ahead and stay safe, no matter the weather. Download the Storm Team 12 weather app, brought to you by Stutzman's Greenhouse.
The future of television has arrived. Next Gen TV is here with stunning video, movie theater quality sound, enhanced voice clarity, and interactive features, all upgradable for the future. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
Canvas of our imagination. They tell a story. Clouds affect the events of your day. Sometimes they growl, sometimes they inspire, but they're always the messengers of nature's mood, written in the sky. Storm Team 12 understands the language of clouds. We're dedicated to decoding their message, so you know what to expect. Behind every cloud, there is a story waiting to be told. Trust Ross Jansen and Storm Team 12, alerting you first to the impact on your life.
We are following a breaking update.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
Whoever is behind the wheel of this bus is not stopping.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
Search LNL for the all-new Local News Live streaming app.
Odyssey is one of the most influential audio and entertainment brands in the nation. You already know Odyssey's iconic local radio brands in Wichita. But did you know Odyssey has the country's best collection of music, news, and sports brands? Odyssey is also a premium podcast creator, major event producer, and digital innovator. Odyssey brings people together across the country and right here in Wichita. Odyssey also delivers meaningful radio and digital audio results. Find out our story and impact at odysseyinc.com/Wichita.
Make yourself known now.
831001 in traffic pursuit.
Oh my God, here.
Investigate TV Plus begins with real people.
We investigate stories that impact you
and inspire change every day.
Something is broken.
Real problems.
Why are they hiding it?
And real solutions.
My daughter was dying in front of me.
What was your reaction when he said that?
Investigate TV Plus, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. on KWCH.
Sometimes people tell us, I don't get it, it's just tea. But let me tell you, we are so much more than just tea. With 20 plus flavors of sweet and unsweet iced tea, the possibilities are endless. Come on in and try them all for free to find your favorite or get us on the go for your busy lifestyle. And don't miss happy hour every day. So the next time someone tells you it's just tea, tell them to come by and find out why we say, drink tea, be happy.
Jim Rome here, lighting up your afternoons on The Jim Rome Show. Catch me starting at 2 on Wichita's #1 sports radio, Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH.
Mornings are busy. We're here to make your mornings better. We report the stories that affect you.
3 more hospital lies from contaminated apple juice just a day after the FDA issued a recall.
We're here to make your mornings better.
Closing east and westbound lanes of K96 for repairs.
With 12 News, you're prepared for your whole day.
Scattered thunderstorms across the state into the afternoon.
Stay a step ahead with 12 News this morning on KWCH and KSCW.
Long Offer Lawn and Tree Care celebrating 60 years in Wichita, providing expert lawn care for a healthy lawn, tree and shrub care, and bedweed control since 1966. Long Offer Lawn and Tree Care. We welcome you back in here to Sports Daily. Glad to be with you.
Jacob, I got to ask.
Yeah.
Speaking of lawn care, might be good folks to call because there's armyworm beers once again this year.
Oh, man. Brady and I together on this show, we listen, just a couple of lawn guys, a couple of Hank Hills up here now with you for 3 hours. Hope you're ready for all that. Hope you're ready. Listen, yeah, if you've seen all the dead grass, we got the alert. It's army worms. Get it treated. Treated. Thankfully, we pre-treat our yard with our pest control for mosquitoes. Army worms are covered in there, thankfully, because it's hitting our neighborhood pretty hard. It's hitting the whole city pretty hard.
Yeah, and I'm going full Hank Hill a little bit later this afternoon and I'll probably just get that stuff you screw on the hose and try and spray the lawn and
do what I can. You've got a bit of a hike for the area, bug guys. I got a guy, man, geez. Louise. Let's go to a listener comment here again via YouTube. This one, Jason says, I love the new time slot. Excited to get an extra hour with you guys. I was at the Royals game Friday night in Denver, and it was absolutely miserable. The team had no spark whatsoever. The whole series was miserable. You look back to last week, and they had 2 blown 9th inning leads and get swept in Colorado by one of the only very few teams in baseball worse than the Royals by record this year. It has been rough. I don't know we're going to get into the Royals more with the trade deadline and the things that they're doing or perhaps not doing, maybe would be the better way to put it. But we feel you, Jason, and feel the love for the new time slot. The extra hour, we've been going to 11. We've been 7 to 11 for a long time. But of course, the other hours have been, hours where you couldn't live interact with the show. That's what changes now. And so we're looking forward to that too. It's, I believe, other than special programming, Brady, our boss, Tony, can correct me on this, but I believe this will be the first time for 3 consistent live hours for Sports Daily, which has been such a staple in this community for well before you or I got here. So that's really cool. And we're excited about it. We're excited to be able to do it. It'll be, we'll soon find out it'll be better for guests as well. We have a lot of insiders. A lot of these folks are young. They don't see sunrise. When you work in media or sports media and your assignments oftentimes take you past midnight. Hey, you want to be on the show at 7:00 in the morning? Yeah. You're like, what? I haven't seen 7:00 in a very long time, unless I stayed up until 7:00. And I worked that shift for 20 years, Brady, the shift that you currently occupy.
Yep.
And I could and I did this show when it was 9 to 11 only for, 10 of those years, basically. And, it's fine. It's a huge difference. 8 to 11, piece of cake. Couple old guys like us, couple Hank Hills.
Absolutely.
8 o'clock? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. It'll be no problem. I'm excited about it. Thank you, Jason, for the comment. All right, let's start with college sports, Brady. So here's kind of, on a timeline where things left as we were getting sort of frustrated Friday with the lack of action in Washington. The Big Ten and the SEC seemed like they were going to throw a nuclear bomb on the Protect College Sports Act. So that happens as we leave the air. Then later in the day, we get a court ruling in Colorado that essentially says class of 22 4-year players get another year of eligibility. This is the 5-and-5 rule that was challenged. So those class of 2022 players can play another year. And immediately, everyone, us at 12 News, TJ, and everybody starts putting together lists. Well, here's who all's eligible. I mean, for us and the listeners here, the noteworthy players, Trey White and Jaden Dawson are there for KU, Nate Johnson and one other, I believe, for K-State. But the players that really come into focus, because Melvin Council, remember, with KU is a different challenge. He doesn't even loop into this one. This one would affect Trey White most notably. And KU does have roster spots, so we'll see what happens there. But for all intents and purposes, if you're a Shocker fan, you're like, hang on, Kenyon Giles, Karan Boyd, even Emmanuel Okorafor, but mostly Kenyon Giles, Karan Boyd, perhaps the two best players on the team last year. And you're like, whoa, can they come back? Can Wichita State get them back? What's happening?
Imagine that, because there's already that excitement with this Wichita State roster going into this offseason. Yeah, that in the mix.
I don't think they have the roster spots open, but I don't know. I don't think anybody knows at this point, well, what does that even look like? Do they have the resources and the funding to get them back? Can they make them walk-ons or something? I don't know how that works, but I can tell you that earlier in the offseason, I was told that they're paying attention to it. Right? When this was all kind of up in the air on the 5-5, it's like, well, what if they put 5-5 in place? That was before. This would have been long enough ago that it wasn't even like when there was a legal challenge or anything. It was just like the 5-5. We didn't know when it would start, basically, if that went through. It was like, well, that might impact these guys. Well, they had to kind of put a starting point on that, Brady, and they chose to start it now, which meant the class of 2022 gets screwed. Mostly the class of 2022. Everybody, in theory, has a case to be like, well, wait a minute. I didn't get a fifth year. So then the NCAA pretty quickly comes and says, listen, do what you want at your own risk. We're challenging this as furiously and as quickly as we possibly can. And we don't think it's going to hold up. We don't think this is a legit case here. We think we can get it overturned. So do what you want, but be warned, basically. Well, then over the weekend, the NCAA got clarification from the judge. And please forgive me if I am not understanding this all perfectly crystal clear. A, I don't think anybody is, but B, I think I am. So the judge comes back and basically says, no, it's just class of 2022, and it just has to do with that fifth year. So basically, from what I've read people infer on that, it's that, like, Kenyon Giles, for example, can't now transfer, right? He would have to sit out the year. He's already transferred. So that part of the, the 5-5 thing is not being challenged. It is strictly the fifth year of eligibility in the fifth year. So what I think that means, and I think that's what people are still trying to sort through, so it only impacts the class of 2022 guys, and it only allows them to come back to the school that they would have had to, that they were leaving. So that also makes things another layer of interesting. Okay, how do you feel about it now if this judge just gave a waiver to the 2022 guys to come back to the school they left? Would we all be more okay with that? I probably would be. What would really bug me is if now a bunch of programs and coaches, like, for instance, let's just say that it was a free-for-all for class of 2022 players. And Paul Mills and the Wichita State coaching staff have done, I think, what we would all call an unbelievable job with retention this year, right? Only to see somebody like Kenyon Giles go play at Memphis or something because they can find a way to do it now after the finish line. That would really, really suck. And so I think if you told me it's only players from the schools that they left, unless I suppose you had a fourth-year player that never transferred, which is so unlikely in this day and age, but I'm sure it exists.
What a unicorn that fine would
be. A four-year player that never went anywhere else. I suppose that would still be in play. So that's where that all stands, and I think the NCAA is still challenging. We have not heard what it means. We have not heard like a plan of attack. I've not seen any reporting on. Maybe we'll try to get Taylor Eldridge in later this week to see what he's hearing about Wichita State in all of this. That might be a good idea. But I don't. So that's there, right? In the meantime, back to the Protect College Sports Act, which is another interesting part of this, Brady. So what happened there is, so Friday we get off the air and it looked like they stumbled their way through and did not reach any deadline they needed to reach. It was basically right as we left the air. They didn't get there. So, you kept hearing things like narrow path, tiny chance, unlikely, whatever. Later in the day, you want to talk about a Friday news dump. Very late in the day, apparently, the SEC and the Big Ten just totally changed their mind and said, all right, yep, no, you know what? We're good with it. The ACC and the Big 12 had already publicly put their support behind this. And now all of a sudden, the Big Ten and the SEC said, yeah, you know what? We're good with it. Now, there are a couple of factors in play there. One, we had this college court ruling before they changed their mind. So I think there is some world, and I don't think I lean this way as strong, but I think it's possible that they saw, they think they get this 5-5 and boom, immediately it's challenged. They lose in court again. And maybe these leagues and these presidents said, man, if we don't get something, like, we're never going to fix this. We can't even have that for weeks before it gets challenged and we lose. So maybe we ought to just do this. I think that's possible. I think it's more likely that they felt intense political pressure because you had the president begin to publicly, and we've known that the president, it sounds like, would sign anything that gets in front of him on this deal. I've said this from the beginning, Brady. This is such a political slam dunk for everybody. Everybody's constituents want this to happen, basically. Do all the school presidents who have a different financial interest involved want it to happen? Probably not. But literally everybody's voters want this to happen that have any interest in college athletics, which is why I think you're seeing the president be like, get this done. And he publicly did that Friday. And now all of a sudden people are changing their mind. So I think intense political pressure came into play. And I think also this court ruling came into play. Now, I don't know what made the SEC and the Big Ten all of a sudden just change their minds. No idea. But it happened. And now they're both publicly supporting this bill too. So you have all the conferences publicly supporting this. It's going to take some real stones to be a no vote on this if they can get it to the floor. And I'm going to guess with the president pushing for this publicly, with midterms this week, with all the things happening around the world right now, they'll figure out a way to put this up to a vote. I think the recess is at the end of this week. I think they're going to get this voted on. I think we may pass this week, Brady.
That'd be something, wouldn't it? I mean, if you were to ask me where I'd put the percentage of passage this week, I mean, to me, because it's just such a mess in Washington, as it usually is, but more so than usual, I'll go an optimistic 40-60 that it passes this week. Just because of everything going on.
So are you saying
40%? Yes. Yeah.
40%? I think it's higher than that. I would have said when this all started, I would have said probably 60% chance that this makes it through. Friday after we left the air, I'd have probably said 15. I think I'm probably back up to like 70. If the SEC and the Big Ten are publicly supporting it and the ACC and the Big 12 are publicly supporting it, I don't really care what the smaller conferences think because that's not going to sway anybody. I don't know who's opposed. There will be some lawmakers somewhat opposed for various reasons. One, labor organization, but they didn't really in there address that in a way that prohibits or encourages collective bargaining or anything like that, which may be another wrinkle of college athletics coming down the road. We know Stanford, or I believe it's Stanford, has done some organization in the last week or so, which would have been a huge story any other time. But this time it's like, yeah, we can't really pay attention to all these things all at once. So they kind of left that alone. That's going to appease, I think, a lot of lawmakers who might be opposed to granting more power to basically, let's call it the employer versus the employee, right? I think the lawmakers who put this together did a really nice job of trying to take care of both. Never forget this part. The big hang up there, reportedly, from the Big Ten and the SEC late in the week, Brady, you had a Republican lawmaker pushing back basically to the free market side saying, you can't limit what a player makes outside of the playing field, and use the example we've used forever. How can you tell a company or a player that they can't set up their own endorsement deal? Imagine doing that in pro sports.
They're adults. They're older than 18. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what we
doesn't matter. Like you can't tell somebody they can't make money. Like what the hell is that? Unless you put them under contract and you say you can't take an endorsement deal with with somebody that, like, there's no way. And the example is Nike. If they wanted to endorse a player, and I know why these conferences and these schools don't want that. They're afraid it'll pull away money they might get from that entity on their own. They want to control it. And lawmakers who might typically be a little more inclined to give that sort of power were like, no, you can't do that. This is America, man. Free market. Let's go. So if they get that part solved, this is a very pro player too. There is the 5-and-5 codified. There are some things that really help the schools and give the schools the things they need and gives maybe the NCAA a little more power on enforcement than it's had since all this went up in flames. But it's also, I think, pretty pro player, Brady. And it enhances their ability and doesn't just say, okay, you guys make too much money. That's enough of that now.
Well, speaking of money, I mean, I think that's always the biggest thing in a lot of these things. And according to this ESPN report, biggest, most groundbreaking part of it is a $27.5 million that schools will be allotted to retain players. So plus, and that's added to $21.3 million cap that already exists. So upping some money to use there. This ESPN report also says the SEC and Big Ten sought stronger language in the bill to guarantee that any third-party deals are truly outside deals and not coming from schools' multimedia rights partners, which currently arrange the majority of those deals. So, yeah, there's a lot of money workings going on with this bill that or what's being agreed on. That seems like the rising tide lifts all boats sort of approach to it as far as money for schools and money for programs to keep those players.
There's where we stand today. Now, I would imagine at some point, we'll see if it happens while we're on the air here, we get quite a bit of procedural news on this here this morning. So this is probably one we'll revisit later in the show. But I think I think that we're going to see movement on this in the next little bit here today. Because if they are going to get it to a vote, and again, I don't, that's a part of the, political science class that, boy, I just did not pay any attention to, unfortunately. I don't know all the different things and committees and stuff that it has to go through to get voted on. And we're starting in the Senate, right? So it's got to get voted on there. Then it has to get voted on in the House.
Whatever changes are made,
and then it would go on to the president, who will sign it. So you've basically, I believe, right? You got to get 2 votes done in the next 4 days. Is that right?
I think that's right. And I think the reason I said 40%, why I'm not as optimistic as you as far as this actually passing before recess, is because they're trying to, they're dealing with this attorney general confirmation right now with Todd Blanche, which that's kind of a whole thing there on its own, and that seems to have the spotlight right now.
One thing we know, though, when they want to, they can walk and chew gum. Now, if we see we're going to see some off the top rope right field has nothing to do with college sports, pork slapped on the last page of this bill, and everyone's like, wait, hang on a minute, why are we talking about defense funding? What had just happened here? I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see. We'll keep our eyes and ears out for it. You can chime in. So all of that's happening. Also in the college sports world, Paul Mills gets a contract extension.
Portal Paul, stay
All
down in
right.
the portal.
Let's talk about that when we come back here on Sports Daily.
Lightning, hail, tornadoes, flooding. It's the worst of severe weather, and it's coming. Spring brings warmer temperatures, but also dangerous weather conditions. Stay up to date day or night with the Storm Team 12 weather app. You'll get accurate forecasts, so you can plan ahead and stay safe, no matter the weather. Download the Storm Team 12 weather app, brought to you by Stutzman's Greenhouse.
The future of television has arrived. Next Gen TV is here with stunning video, movie theater quality sound, enhanced voice clarity, and interactive features, all upgradable for the future. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
The canvas of our imagination. They tell a story. Clouds affect the events of your day. Sometimes they growl, sometimes they inspire, but they're always the messengers of nature's mood written in the sky. Storm Team 12 understands the language of clouds. We're dedicated to decoding their message so you know what to expect. Behind every cloud, there is a story waiting to be told. Trust Ross Jansen and Storm Team 12, alerting you first to the impact on your life.
We are following a breaking update.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
Whoever is behind the wheel of this bus is not stopping.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
Search LNL for the all-new Local News Live streaming app.
Odyssey is one of the most influential audio and entertainment brands in the nation. You already know Odyssey's iconic local radio brands in Wichita. But did you know Odyssey has the country's best collection of music, news, and sports brands? Odyssey is also a premium podcast creator, major event producer, and digital innovator. Odyssey brings people together across the country and right here in Wichita. Odyssey also delivers meaningful radio and digital audio results. Find out our story and impact at odysseyinc.com/Wichita.
Make yourself known now.
310-1 in traffic pursuit.
Oh my God, here.
Investigate TV Plus begins with real people.
We investigate stories that impact you.
And inspire change every day.
Something is broken.
Real problems
Why are they hiding it?
and real solutions.
My daughter was dying in front of me.
What was your reaction when he said that?
Investigate TV Plus, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. on KWCH.
Sometimes people tell us, I don't get it, it's just tea. But let me tell you, we are so much more than just tea. With 20 plus flavors of sweet and unsweet iced tea, the possibilities are endless. Come on in and try them all for free to find your favorite or get us on the go for your busy lifestyle. And don't miss happy hour every day. So the next time someone tells you it's just tea, tell them to come by and find out why we say, drink tea, be happy.
Jim Rome here, lighting up your afternoons on The Jim Rome Show. Catch me starting at 2 on Wichita's #1 sports radio, Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH.
Mornings are busy. We're here to make your mornings better. We report the stories that affect you.
3 more hospitalized from contaminated apple juice just a day after the FDA issued a recall.
We're here to make your mornings better.
Closing east and westbound lanes of K96 for repairs.
With 12 News, you're prepared for your whole day.
Scattered thunderstorms across the state into the afternoon.
Stay a step ahead with 12 News this morning on KWCH and KSCW.
Sports Daily is on KFH.
All right, welcome back in, everybody, here to Sports Daily. Glad to be with you on a Monday morning. New format. Who dis? Is that how that goes?
I think so.
New time. Who dis? 8 to 11 every day live now. That is the Sports Daily window. Brady Bowman stepping in on a full-time basis. We're excited about it. We'll have live breaking news. No more news dumps that happen after we leave the air, which got popular lately. But it'll be really good. It'll be really fun. I think we're going to enjoy this. It's an opportunity for you, the listeners, to get more involved. It's an opportunity for us to bring in even more insiders, and we're excited about it. Want to say thanks to Crestview Country Club, Brady. It is a great place to take the family, great place to play a little golf.
Especially this past weekend, the weather we had.
It was. I didn't get in. I couldn't find the window.
It was perfect.
Too many things going on to get ready for back to school. But I did tell the kids, we're going to try to do a little twilight golfing before they go back, which, just involves me taking them out on the course for maybe 8 or 9 holes when I get home from television work and beat sundown and have fun. But we're also trying to get ready to go back to school, which is a big deal. And we're trying to get all that accomplished as well. But thank you to Crestview. They also have, they got a great pro shop. This shirt right here I'm wearing, Brady, now that I think about it.
Oh, there you go.
They have a lot of cool stuff in there. And sometimes they run some pretty cool specials, which is usually when I sneak on in and take a look around. But we appreciate their support. We come back with a little bit of breaking news. Now, I'm going to give you this breaking news that you might not normally care about, the players involved here, but it'll set up and maybe wet the whistle on the Royals conversation coming. The Toronto Blue Jays just traded with the Angels for Jose Soriano. And one of the players that they gave up, Jose Soriano's been a good starter for the Angels. The Angels a bad team, 9-6 record, around a 3.30 ERA. But one of the players involved in this, which is interesting, that I have seen was a top 4 or 5 prospect from the Blue Jays. Now, the Blue Jays are not some, big time contender that anybody's thinking of as like a World Series team here. They're in last place in their division. Last place. Okay. They gave up, by most accounts, a top 5 prospect to get here. John Heyman says they're obviously weighing the future. Next year's tough market caused them to explore pitching now. Okay, keep that in mind. Put that in your back pocket. And remember what a non-contending team was just willing to give up to get a pretty good starting pitcher. Okay, just keep that in your back pocket as we get ready to tee up the Royals weekend and last hours before the trade deadline in our next hour. But let's talk about Paul Mills here. And what we can spend more time on this. This is one I'd love to get you, the listeners, comments at 869-1240 on. You can hit us on the video streams, Facebook, YouTube, X. Paul Mills gets a 3-year contract extension, Brady. What your initial thought when you saw that? I thought the timing was really interesting to give that now. It makes some sense, but it's a 3-year extension, and it takes him through the 2031 season. So 5 more seasons. Listen, that's a big commitment. Okay. I think this is really interesting timing. I think most people, most Shocker fans, at least the ones that I've talked to, you look at the first 3 years, 15 wins and a 10th place finish in the league, then 19 wins and an 8th place finish in the league, then 24 wins last year with the 2nd place finish in the league. I think you look at that, 3 years of improvement, yet 3 years without a postseason appearance. Okay. You got to weigh that there. And so I think if you just had that, you'd probably you'd probably, I would imagine, have general like, okay, all right. But you'd have people saying this isn't good enough yet also. But then you have this offseason, Brady, and they were able to essentially keep all the players that they wanted to keep. You know, we didn't know about, obviously, this Kenyon Giles, Karan Boyd, Emmanuel Okorafor situation, which we still don't know about. But they kept everybody. In the current climate of college athletics, including 2 really talented sophomores that would have been widely coveted. They brought in new players to help fill the roles they lose in their other players. And I don't think there's a Shocker fan alive that's not excited about what the prospects for next year look like. And I think that's where you get an extension like this. And I think it's one that honestly makes a lot of sense. Because what is it telling us, Brady? Like, what is this contract extension telling us? I don't think it's telling us 3 years and no NCAA tournament appearances are good enough. I don't think it's telling us that at all. But I think that could have been inferred had we not had this sort of offseason that the Shockers have had. But I think, don't you think we all understand for the Shockers to get back to the point that we all feel like they need to be at? It's going to take really strong recruiting. It's going to take putting them in the same stratosphere in the recruiting world as your Memphises, as your Creightons, comparable schools and cities and everything else where we know the Shockers have lived in the past and they just simply haven't been there. And now they have a heck of an off season. Really, it's been 2 off seasons. And it feels like Paul Mills has a grasp in a good place with all of that. And so, yeah, I think it does probably make sense to do this because people will, if the Shockers win the conference and go to the NCAA tournament this year, Paul Mills is going to be a hot name on the coaching list, period. And maybe this is a way to, you know, to ease some of those conversations, say, we want to support you right now. I get it. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, what I would like to know is like what the buyout language is in the new contract. I haven't really dived into that because that's always a big thing that you look at now. Especially with coming off what you just said, Jacob. Like, you know, if they have a really good year this year, that's what the excitement is telling us. Then yeah, he will be a hot name for a bigger program. So this kind of helps, I guess, give Wichita State maybe just a little bit of insurance if that's the case, to where at least maybe that makes it a little bit more difficult to do for Paul Mills to move on. But yeah, usually this type of contract is usually always like right at the end of the season or maybe a month after a season's over is usually when you see these type of contract extensions, especially coming off like a pretty decent year. But yeah, I think with Paul Mills, it's just there has been that constant improvement, right? You want to see that constant improvement that just ups the excitement level each year because, you know, you can just say, hey, we were better last year than we were the year before. And if you can keep saying that year after year, that's a good situation to be in. And like you said, retaining players in this day and age in college sports is almost impossible. But, you know, Mills has that excitement going on. Obviously, the players are excited. Otherwise, they wouldn't stay. And the fan base seems excited. I mean, there's that excitement in Koch Arena that we really haven't had since the Marshall years. And also, there's been no real outside the court issues with players necessarily, or Paul Mills himself. The program's being well ran.
Yeah, we don't have those, like, as far as like just smooth operation and all the right things.
No character issues.
I thought last year, Paul Mills, not just because of the wins, obviously that's the great indicator of a coach's ability, but the way that he and his staff pivoted a few times and leaned into a style that really favored the roster, right? So to me, this extension is good. And listen, I've been pretty hard to convince on anything to do with Shocker basketball being good enough. I'll just say it that way. It needs to be better. It must be better. This is not good enough. So don't misunderstand. My opinion on that is not changing. Wichita State, it needs to become the rarity that they're not in the NCAA tournament, not that they are.
Right.
Okay. None of that changes.
And they have had a postseason. Weren't they in NIT last year?
Yeah, I don't care about that.
But right. But
No
you're
offense
talking
to
NCAA.
the NIT,
Yep.
no offense to
Sure.
the players or no offense to anybody, but honestly, we don't care about the NIT. We don't.
Right.
I'm
I
glad
agree with
they're
that
there. I would
sentiment.
rather
Yeah.
them play in it than not play in it, but that is
Sure.
not an indicator of success long term. So I've been pretty, rigid on that stuff. But I got to tell you, the off seasons in the current climate, it's never been harder for a school like Wichita State to compete with some of these big dogs because the amount of money being thrown around and the amount of money they don't walk to the table with a television deal is a huge difference, right? It's hard for them. I get that. I totally get it. Now, it's not an excuse. I think they can still get back to that point, but you got to start somewhere, right? You can't put chicken and egg. Like, you got to be successful to generate the revenue and do all those things. So last year, when all of a sudden we saw this team sort of switch, right? And become this, I don't know, the style and the philosophy was so intriguing and interesting to watch, in my opinion, of they 2 or 3 different times we saw them kind of change what it is that they did. But what stood out about last year's team, to me, they got much better defensively, but they were going to be one of the best rebounding teams in the country no matter what. Okay, so we learned that pretty early in the season. And what did they do? Man, they leaned into that hard.
And what is
we got a guy like Kenyon Giles? Fire away. We're going to get most of those rebounds if you miss. Yeah. That was a pointed effort. And so, like, a lot of times you're like, what? Well, that's not, there have been a lot of shocker seasons where, like, where's the offense? That's just, no. Kenyon Giles firing away when you know you're the best rebounding team in the country, I like that. And then even later, as other teams started to like crank down on him and say, yeah, you're not doing that. Then we saw the 2 sophomores really step up and drive the ball to the paint and get to the free throw line. And then they started winning games that way. So I thought we really, really saw some coaching chops last season. Like, very, very impressive. So to me, that's where it's like, man, this is starting to look really good. And then they ultimately didn't, win the conference or get to the NCAA tournament. They were right there. Then they had the offseason. And we were worried, right? Oh, man, they're going to lose Giles. And boy, these guys are going to graduate. Then they bring back the 2 sophomores. Then they bring back Will Berg. You're like, well, hang on a minute. They got a core here. Then they bring back Gray. And they basically they brought back everybody. And then they replace those other guys with what appear to be, and we'll have to find this out, obviously, high-level, competent players in the portal. They went and targeted guys, and they got them. So, yeah, I think the timing on that's good. I think a 3-year extension is just about right. I think if nothing else, if this season goes the way we hope it does, maybe it's a deterrent for somebody else and coming in and sniffing around a little bit. Because I'm telling you, if Wichita State makes the NCAA tournament this year, you're going to hear Paul Mills' name tossed around a little bit for other jobs. It's going to happen.
And what does a good rebounding team tell you? Toughness, right? Defense. We know those things are going to always be in play for the Shockers. They have to be. Thanks for Prairie Fire Coffee, keeping us fueled up all across our Odyssey stations. Hour number 1 of the new format in the books. That means we still got 2 hours live with you today. How about that Major League Baseball trade deadline? Is Brady ready for his first edition of Headlines I Missed? We're going to find out on the other side.
Lightning, hail, tornadoes, flooding. It's the worst of severe weather, and it's coming. Spring brings warmer temperatures, but also dangerous weather conditions. Stay up to date day or night with the Storm Team 12 weather app. You'll get accurate forecasts, so you can plan ahead and stay safe, no matter the weather. Download the Storm Team 12 weather app, brought to you by Stutzman's Greenhouse.
The future of television has arrived. Next Gen TV is here with stunning video, movie theater quality sound, enhanced voice clarity, and interactive features, all upgradable for the future. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
The canvas of our imagination. They tell a story. Clouds affect the events of your day. Sometimes they growl, sometimes they inspire, but they're always the messengers of nature's mood, written in the sky. Storm Team 12 understands the language of clouds. We're dedicated to decoding their message so you know what to expect. Behind every cloud, there is a story waiting to be told. Trust Ross Jansen and Storm Team 12, alerting you first to the impact on your life.
We are following a breaking update.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
Whoever is behind the wheel of this bus is not stopping.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
Search LNL for the all-new Local News Live streaming app.
Odyssey is one of the most influential audio and entertainment brands in the nation. You already know Odyssey's iconic local radio brands in Wichita. But did you know Odyssey has the country's best collection of music, news, and sports brands? Odyssey is also a premium podcast creator, major event producer, and digital innovator. Odyssey brings people together across the country and right here in Wichita. Odyssey also delivers meaningful radio and digital audio results. Find out our story and impact at odysseyinc.com/Wichita.
Make yourself known now.
310-1 in traffic pursuit.
Oh my God, here.
Investigate TV Plus begins with real people.
We investigate stories that impact you.
And inspire change every day.
Something is broken.
Real problems.
Why are they hiding it?
And real solutions.
My daughter was dying in front of me.
What was your reaction when he said that?
Investigate TV Plus, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. on KWCH.
Sometimes people tell us, I don't get it, it's just tea. But let me tell you, we are so much more than just tea. With 20 plus flavors of sweet and unsweet iced tea, the possibilities are endless. Come on in and try them all for free to find your favorite or get us on the go for your busy lifestyle. And don't miss happy hour every day. So the next time someone tells you it's just tea, tell them to come by and find out why we say, drink tea, be happy.
Jim Rome here, lighting up your afternoons on The Jim Rome Show. Catch me starting at 2 on Wichita's #1 sports radio, Kansas fan headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH.
Mornings are busy. We're here to make your mornings better. We report the stories that affect you.
3 more hospital lies from contaminated apple juice just a day after the FDA issued a recall.
We're here to make your mornings better.
Closing east and westbound lanes of K96 for repairs.
With 12 News, you're prepared for your whole day.
Scattered thunderstorms across the state into the afternoon.
Stay a step ahead with 12 News this morning on KWCH and KSCW.
Now, from Wichita's most listened to sports radio, 97.5 and 1240 KFH, this is Sports Daily.
What kind of a show are you guys putting on here today?
All right, welcome back in, everybody. It is Sports Daily. Glad to be with you here. Jacob Albrock, Brady Bowman. We are live now, 8 to 11, each and every morning. We make that change. Glad to be here with you. Glad to have you along for the ride as we are taking the new format here, Brady, and running. We will be, we are about a week or two away from non-stop inside. We're going to be, we're two huge NFL fans here. We're going to be giving you a lot of coverage there. We have a ton to catch up on, though, from this weekend. So as we make our way through, we'll kind of start to preview the league a little bit here. Tons of new things happening. We got like 10 new coaches in the NFL, Brady. So we have a lot to get to here throughout the day. We appreciate you being here for every bit of it. We'll get you the latest on the Royals trade deadline. We have trades being made, several here, high-profile trades since we've come on the air even this morning. How does it impact the Royals? We'll get into all of that. We'll revisit and keep our eye on any movement in this college sports stuff. They're going to have to furiously race if they're going to get any legislation through. Plus, we got to keep our eye on what's happening with this Colorado court ruling in the class of 22 players' new eligibility. So we'll have it all for you. It's all what's on tap. Brought to you by the Wichita Brewing Company, now featuring the cheeseburger in Pizza Dice Pizza. Beef, American, and Monterey Jack cheese, pickle onion, burger seasoning, drizzled with a tangy burger sauce, cheeseburger and Pizza Dice at WBC, your summertime pizza made here. Glad to have you here, Brady. And now, let's find out if Brady can handle the world's favorite segment, Headlines I Miss. Let's go, man.
All right, Sports Daily fans, let's take you to the sports headlines Jacob probably didn't see.
All right, Jacob, I have at least a couple here.
Okay.
But speaking of food, how about this one? Move aside, Joey Chestnut. Or Joey Chestnut, maybe you need to try fish sticks. A British man eats 15 fish sticks in 1 minute, breaking a world record, Jacob. 15 fish sticks. Try saying that 5 times fast.
Okay, 15 fish sticks. How fast?
1 minute.
I mean, I guess I got to see the fish stick. Are we talking about like elementary school, very standard
That's
lunch?
what it looks like. Yeah, it says here, a British man used his kid's favorite food to break a Guinness World Record when he ate 15 fish sticks in 1 minute. 32-year-old Nathan Davies, that's a very British name, recently won more than $130,000 on the TV game show, The 1% Club. Which I'd never heard of that. The 1% Club. Interesting.
The 1% here. I got to be careful with these clubs, Brady. 1% Club. What
1%
qualifies
club.
you for the 1% Club?
I guess eating a bunch of fish sticks. The quote here is, I decided fish fingers. Maybe that's what they say across the pond. I decided
fish and
fish
chips
fingers.
is like the only thing they make,
True.
right? Isn't that like the only food they're known for?
And I decided fish fingers was achievable given that I've got a few less formal eating records, so it's out my street.
Huh.
Yeah.
I guess
like
over
fish
there.
sticks?
I mean, nobody over here is doing a fish stick.
No.
If you're over the age of, I don't know, 12, are you eating fish sticks?
No. I don't remember the last time I've had a fish stick.
Jesse says 15 fish sticks seems low. I'm with Jesse. That does seem low. Like, it doesn't sound that impressive to me to eat in a minute?
Yeah.
Hour?
There's a YouTube of it.
It's 15 and what was the time frame?
60 seconds. 1 minute.
15 in a minute's pretty good.
Yeah, there is a YouTube video of it, and he just has like a Tupperware container just full of breaded fish sticks, and it looks like no sauce.
No sauce.
ketchup.
You wouldn't need. I don't think you'd need the sauce with fish sticks because they're pretty greasy.
Yeah.
So if you're getting it in a minute, let's say you'd have to take. So you could take groups of 5, probably, right? Of the little fish. So like, give me the size of the fish sticks in the Tupperware. What are we looking at here?
I mean, it looks like your run of the mill, like your frozen box of fish sticks.
So 5 at a time. Even if you 3 at a time, 60 seconds divided by 5. So 3 every 12 seconds.
Ooh, here's something. This might this factors into another quote on this story. He said, I think I could have done more if I let them cool down longer, but just happy to have the record. I mean, one, that's a good point. If you put them in too much and they're too hot, they can get pretty hot. You'll burn the mouth. But also, I mean, what was the previous record? I mean, who's trying this? I mean, I imagine it's a low amount of people that's tried this record. So that also means that's a record maybe to break.
I would also imagine, but I also, across, over in Britain, fried fish is a big deal.
That's true.
So, maybe there are a lot of people trying this record. I'm not sure. All right, what else?
You sound like you can do it. Maybe we can try and break this record during the show.
There is a point in my life where I'm 100% confident that I could do it. But as I've aged, what is that? Your frontal lobe fully develops. Yes. As I age, I understand the consequences of my actions more than I used to.
Think of future you.
Brady, I've done a million of these contests. I've won Chick-fil-A chicken nugget eating contest, which it's what I'm trying to compare this to in my brain. I could do it, but I'd feel awful with that much fried fish. I don't think I'd want to. I got to know more about the 1% club, I guess. What is it worth it? And the answer to that's almost certainly no.
That's
all right,
true.
what else we got?
Let's see. Tennessee, getting back to more of the sports thing and kind of what we've already kind of been talking about with the craziness of like, what are rules in the NCAA? You're nodding your head. Maybe you know this one.
No,
Tennessee linebacker gets 2-game ban for accepting a $427 flight.
Now the NCAA's back. Now
right.
That sounds like the old NCAA.
Right there. Ask, was it Troy Smith who got the Ohio State quarterback just for like signing an autograph or selling the autograph picture?
There's the NCAA we all hate. Like, it's so funny that we're all rooting for that NCAA to get some power back, isn't it?
Right.
That's ridiculous. For a flight?
Yeah, the article says the NCAA suspended Tennessee senior linebacker Arion Carter for 2 games for accepting a $427 flight from an agent. This is what the Volunteers said last week. Tennessee coach Josh Heupel, we remember him in the Big 12, said Carter signed with an agent and accepted the flight to, quote, begin the draft process after declaring for the draft in December.
I'm joking, but we're going to regret if the NCAA gets that kind of power back.
Right.
Like, all the things happening right now and the fact that they took any time to do that. It's like, hey, your house is on fire. You probably don't need to build a pool. I just,
right.
I covered forever my alma mater. Fired a legendary football coach. I'm talking legendary, Brady, as legendary as you can get. From the area, unseen levels of success. We were putting 20,000 people at Division II football games. They fired him because he went with a recruit to conference media day. They were done, and the Rangers were playing a game. And they decided, he and the, how athletes will go with the coaches. They all decided to go to the game. And the player's like, I didn't bring any money. He's like, it's fine. I'll get you and just pay me back when we get home. Well, you get back, and he was so afraid of the ramifications from the NCAA. Apparently, when he was asked about it, he just said, no, he paid for his own ticket. And that's why they fired him.
Yeah.
He didn't even break a rule. But he was so afraid of the rule breaking, he was like, I didn't do anything. And then they shouldn't have fired him anyway. That's a totally different story. But we're going to be sad to get that NCAA back. That is.
Well, that's what led to where we're at now, because everybody agreed all that was ridiculous and was like, well, we got to change some things, NIL, and now here we are.
You just had the court challenge for your 5-5 rule. Focus on that. We don't need players being suspended for 2 games for getting on a flight that somebody else paid for. An agent, what if his uncle bought him a plane ticket? Like, who cares? No, literally nobody cares about that. Lord.
Well, and it was originally a 3-game suspension, and they appealed and got it reduced to 2.
That is so stupid. Are we going to regret this? My goodness gracious. Is the transfer, what's worse, the transfer portal or that kind of thing? Man.
Ooh, that's
awful.
a good question.
That's
'Cause,
awful.
yeah, boy, that's a Sophie's Choice situation there for sure. And last, Max Power will this will hit with him maybe a little bit as a fellow Patriots fan, but Saints have placed wide receiver Jalen Polk on the reserve retired list. He's retiring just I think his third year in the league. He was drafted
first round
pretty
pick,
high.
right?
Early second round pick.
Okay.
Said 37th overall pick by the Patriots, but yep, he ends his career with 12 catches, 87 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Nicely done, Brady. Brady's first shot at headlines I missed. I thought we did a pretty good job there. Fish sticks in a couple sports headlines. That's what it's all about, Brady. Nicely done. Brady on his toes. All right, we'll come back. We have not addressed the trade deadline yet. That's where we head next on Sports Daily.
Lightning, hail, tornadoes, flooding. It's the worst of severe weather, and it's coming. Spring brings warmer temperatures, but also dangerous weather conditions. Stay up to date day or night with the Storm Team 12 weather app. You'll get accurate forecasts, so you can plan ahead and stay safe, no matter the weather. Download the Storm Team 12 weather app, brought to you by Stutzman's Greenhouse.
The future of television has arrived. Next Gen TV is here with stunning video, movie theater quality sound, enhanced voice clarity, and interactive features, all upgradable for the future. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
The canvas of our imagination. They tell a story. Clouds affect the events of your day. Sometimes they growl, sometimes they inspire, but they're always the messengers of nature's mood, written in the sky. Storm Team 12 understands the language of clouds. We're dedicated to decoding their message, so you know what to expect. Behind every cloud, there is a story waiting to be told. Trust Ross Jansen and Storm Team 12, alerting you first to the impact on your life.
We are following a breaking update.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
Whoever is behind the wheel of this bus is not stopping.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
Search LNL for the all-new Local News Live streaming app.
Odyssey is one of the most influential audio and entertainment brands in the nation. You already know Odyssey's iconic local radio brands in Wichita. But did you know Odyssey has the country's best collection of music, news, and sports brands? Odyssey is also a premium podcast creator, major event producer, and digital innovator. Odyssey brings people together across the country and right here in Wichita. Odyssey also delivers meaningful radio and digital audio results. Find out our story and impact at odysseyinc.com/Wichita.
Make yourself known now.
310-1 in traffic pursuit.
Oh my God, here.
Investigate TV Plus begins with real people.
We investigate stories that impact you.
And inspire change every day.
Something is broken.
Real problems
Why are they hiding it?
and real solutions.
My daughter was dying in front of me.
What was your reaction when he said that?
Investigate TV Plus, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. on KWCH.
Sometimes people tell us, I don't get it, it's just tea. But let me tell you, we are so much more than just tea. With 20 plus flavors of sweet and unsweet iced tea, the possibilities are endless. Come on in and try them all for free to find your favorite or get us on the go for your busy lifestyle. And don't miss happy hour every day. So the next time someone tells you it's just tea, tell them to come by and find out why we say drink tea, be happy.
Jim Rome here, lighting up your afternoons on the Jim Rome Show. Catch me starting at 2 on Wichita's #1 sports radio, Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH.
Mornings are busy. We're here to make your mornings better. We report the stories that affect you.
3 more hospital lies from contaminated apple juice just a day after the FDA issued a recall.
We're here to make your mornings better.
Closing east and westbound lanes of K96 for repairs.
With 12 News, you're prepared for your whole day.
Scattered thunderstorms across the state into the afternoon.
Stay a step ahead with 12 News this morning on KWCH and KSCW.
All right, welcome back into Sports Daily. Glad to have you with us here on the new format. Jacob Albrock, Brady Bowman in now every day, 3 hours live. Now, for a lot of our listeners, what does that mean? Because God bless you if you sit with us and sat with us for all 4 hours prior to. But usually we're catching people live for the first 2 hours. And then if you caught, the re-airing of the show, that's great, from 9 to 11 as it had been forever. Now it's 3 live hours from 8 to 11. So if you're a listener that catches us on the later portions of the program, it's easier than it ever has been to get in touch with the show, which you can do via the phone lines at 869-1240 or email at sportsdaily@kfhradio.com. We're live till 11. So if you're listening to us at 10 o'clock, you can call in and be a part of the conversation we're having right there. 869-1240 is the number to call. Max has that under control for us. I'm Jacob Albrock alongside Brady Bowman. Glad to be here with you. Brady took us to headlines we missed. If you miss anything on the show, by the way, and you used to jump in on that re-airing, no problem if that's the way you consume, just because you can always catch us podcasted out through the Odyssey app if you ever miss anything. So that's available there for you as well. But we're rocking and rolling. We've spent the first hour and a half or so here on the show kind of talking about all the things happening on the college side of since we left you on Friday, which has been a lot. You've had the challenge of the 5-5 in a Colorado court that maybe loosens eligibility for 2022 players. You've had a last-minute pivot from the Big Ten and the SEC on the Protect College Sports Act. So all of this has happened. Oh, yeah, and by the way, Wichita State extends the contract of its basketball coach. It's been an eventful time. We haven't even gotten yet to the Royals, Brady. On the field, it was a vomit show last week. 2 ninth-inning leads blown into losses, and then a sweep in Colorado. Have we reached the low point? Is it getting swept in Colorado the low point?
If we get any lower, we're way past the basement floor. We're hitting the Earth's mantle at this point. The getting swept by the Rockies. Boy, you and Rachel last night on Sports Sunday, that clip she found of I forget who it was, but the Royals player in the dugout just sunken down,
That
just
was
looking.
Lucas Erceg.
Yeah,
That was
just
Lucas
looking like like you said during the show, looking like how we all felt, and just perfectly. If there was a video clip to kind of summarize the state of the Royals right now,
The whole season.
that was the clip. Yeah,
Like, that's the one. It was. So the last game against the Twins, day baseball, we did get that one in, right? Because that happened on Thursday. So we talked about that blown save. But just, my goodness gracious, what an awful week. But okay, it takes us up to the trade deadline, right? Takes us up to the trade deadline. Here we go. Now we're rocking and rolling. Oh, man. Let's start there. and then we'll get to the reporting by Bob Nightingale. So the Royals make a trade. Lane Thomas is gone. They trade Lane Thomas and Bailey Falter, which Bailey Falter now, as Jalen Thompson pointed out on Friday, a part of a trade that the Royals are going to regret. They gave up a couple of relievers that they really could have used this year. So they do go get, though, Lane Thomas, this offseason. And it was we always liked that deal, right? Because he probably helps you. You hope he helps you. And of course, they're not contenders. So then it's like, but he's a player that's been good enough that if he's good, and he's been pretty good this year, he's certainly going to be good in a platoon situation. The Royals go get him and they get a decent player. So what do they get back in that trade? They get a right-hander in Lucas Braun, whose numbers have looked pretty good. He's been 5-2, ERA just under 4 at AAA this year. Carter Holton is the other player who is a more highly touted as far as draft capital pitcher, but they did what we thought they needed to do, which was get arms that could help them in the future. I thought the return for Lane Thomas was fine. I think I saw, Brady, I don't know what you saw on this. I saw some Braves people saying, yeah, that's probably an overpay, but we needed a player like Lane Thomas, so we'll accept it. I've seen some Royals fans say, meh, is that enough? So it's probably a pretty fair return, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it addresses needs. I mean, you touched on that. That's the biggest thing is arms, especially as we've seen recently.
I think both
in
of these guys
season.
right now are starters too. Now,
okay.
I would tell you, if one of them ends up being a usable piece in the rotation, the Royals knock that trade out of the park.
Absolutely.
Even if one of them ends up just being a bullpen arm they can use, though,
right,
it's a worthwhile trade, right?
Right.
So that trade happens. Okay. Then we get the reporting. And look, again, our Royals insider, Jalen Thompson, confirmed going to join the show tomorrow at 9:15 to go over whatever it is the Royals do or don't do, has been telling us forever that he doesn't think the Royals are trading Michael Wacha, Seth Lugo, anybody like that, because he thinks they're going to use them. We get a report from Bob Nightingale over the weekend that the Royals have had significant interest in both Michael Wacha and Seth Lugo, and they're refusing all offers, saying that they think they'll need those two to compete next year. We get that report right as the Royals have the week they just had, lose 7-10, whatever it is, and fans are screaming ready to pull their hair out. I don't know where people have been on this. I know where I have been on this, which is if Michael Wacha is that coveted and teams are willing to give up a lot to get him, you make the damn trade. Like, I think Michael Wacha and Seth Lugo are two of the three greatest achievements in the J.J. Picollo era of the Royals, of the John Sherman era of the Royals. I think getting those two arms in free agency and getting them contract extensions, although the Lugo contract extension doesn't look as good now, they should have traded him and they extended him. And that's what I'm afraid is going to happen with Wacha. They're going to hang on to these guys too long. They're older. Like, what are the chances that they're even as good next year as they've been this year? And Lugo hadn't been, I mean, he's been okay. I think they're low. If there is that kind of interest in these guys now, you have to trade them. Like, what are you clinging to? This team has missed the postseason the last 2 years. It's going to be one of the worst teams in baseball this year. And you're clinging to this hope based on what? The third achievement, I think, by the way, that's the most significant of them is getting the contract for Bobby Witt Jr. But back to this. Why on earth, Brady? Like, what delusional world do we live in where you can watch what's happening with the Royals at this moment and think, yeah, we got to be able to run it back next year, though?
It's the dog in the fire meme. It's the everything's fine meme sort of thing. Just put the Royals hat on the dog. I mean, it's, yeah.
It's so weird because neither Michael Wacha nor Seth Lugo are the reason, even close to the reason, that it's not working out for the Royals this year, right? They've both been pretty good. Wacha's been really good. Lugo's been fine. Lugo is an arm that about 80% of contenders or teams that feel like they can contend need. Then this morning, so that report is infuriating. Like, to Rick's point on YouTube, don't worry, the Royals are definitely ready to compete next year. LOL. Exactly. Like, based on what are they ready to compete next year? Like, I've been Lucy and the footballed way too many times with the Royals the last 2 years. I'm not doing it again next year. What is telling us they're going to just be good next year? They have one bullpen arm you can really count on at this point. They have a good lineup. I will say the lineup next year should be pretty good. If Jack Caglione continues to play well and you get Carter Jensen continuing to ascend and you get Michael Garcia back and Vinny Pasquantino's back healthy, like, I'm in on the lineup next year. I think it's a good place to start. I do. I still believe in that. But they have the worst pitching in baseball with Seth Lugo and Michael Wacha. So if you're not going to go trade for anybody, Cole Reagans, we don't know when he's coming back. Chris Bubich, he's a free agent. Like, if you think that the Royals are just all of a sudden going to be back with the same thing next year, which is essentially what they're telling you, based on what?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I can even say, are we going to be back? I'm getting hesitant in saying that. I've said it too much this year.
Well, I know, because it's so wild that they've been this bad. It is. It is. I get it. But if nothing else, they'll get a little healthier in the rotation next year. I don't know what to do with the bullpen. I don't. I know Daniel Lynch is a rock star. So I'm more inclined to hold on to him than I am Lugo and Wacha, because I think he's more irreplaceable, right? I don't know how if they get a great offer for him, I'm fine trading him too, because he's got control. But if the Blue Jays just gave up a top 3 or 4 prospect to get Jose Soriano from the Angels, and he profiles the same way Wacha does, I'm not sure anybody even knew he was available, at least from what I've seen, but he profiles about like Wacha, except he's younger than Wacha. But he's got control like Wacha does, and Lugo, by the way. If that's the going rate right now, because teams are worried about what's out there available, I think you make those moves. And you hope like hell that you can get a return that includes starting pitching you can use next year. And if you're Piccolo, you're talking to John Sherman every single day and saying, listen, we have to have the same amount of money, because they've committed a lot of money to Lugo and Wacha. Give us that same money to spend in free agency. Here's the other harsh reality, Brady. We may not play baseball for a lot of next year.
That's a good point.
If teams are willing to give up stuff now for 2 aging pitchers who you're not even going to be able to use for a lot of next year, make those damn trades right now. What if we don't play baseball next year? Now you've got 39-year-old Seth Lugo or whatever it is. Like, come on, man.
And that speaks to the frustration, right? Is that I think Royals fans, we've been feeling maybe really all season long. Is like, where is the sense of urgency right now? It doesn't feel like there's that sense of urgency, especially like, we got Bobby Witt Jr., we got one of the best players in baseball, and we want to see him in the postseason, and we, like you said, we got some assets to play with. Where's the urgency in trying to get things going? I feel like that's also maybe some frustration with Coach Q at times, is that it's just an urgency thing. And that's a very good point on what's going on as far as the CBA and all that next year. We don't know what that's going to look like. So we kind of want to see some moves now. Where's the urgency?
Well, what confidence do you have if the Royals ran it back that they would be a good team next year?
I put more odds that the college sports bill gets passed this afternoon than that happened.
But like that is what is so wild about hearing them say that, right? Or hearing that kind of reporting. If what you currently have has been really bad all year, what makes you think bringing that back is not going to be bad next year? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that Waka and Lugo have been bad. They've been fine. They're not leading a playoff rotation and taking you to the World Series. And that's Cole Ragans. And we don't know what's happening with him, right? Neither of these guys are you're not running Seth Lugo against Tarek Skubal out there and thinking you have a great chance in the postseason. So you're lacking top-end pitching anyway. These guys' profile, I mean, Waka and Lugo are as good like a 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 as you're going to find. Teams want that and need that badly. Everyone just saw the Dodgers go get Skubal. How do these other teams pivot from that? Waka, that's how. It's an all-star this year, right? How do teams that don't feel great about their third or their fourth starter get the depth they need to win a long season in the postseason or to win a race down the stretch here in a congested Major League Baseball, especially in the American League? Lugo. That's how. Okay? So if these guys can get you something back, and again, I'm not saying trade them for nothing, but it doesn't sound like, according to the reporting, it's nothing that's being offered. I'm looking at what Jose Soriano just brought back. That ain't nothing. If a team was willing to give you a top 5 prospect for a starting pitcher. Now, the position players we're seeing traded aren't bringing that level of return, right? We're seeing, kind of like what we saw for Lane Thomas, like flyers on guys, like maybe teams 10th or 15th best prospects, whatever. And that's fine because position players are typically more easily available in the offseason. Man, pitching's not. And if teams are going to give you good pitching, good young pitching, I hate to tell you, Royals organization, you can't worry about, like, we have made this mistake. It's what got Dayton Moore fired. Trying to run it back got Dayton Moore fired because trying to run it back led to 4 or 5 years of being one of the worst teams in baseball. Doing that again could lead to the same thing. I mean, it's like it's staring at us in the face.
Yep.
You have to shop those guys.
Do you wonder with Waka and Lugo, because you mentioned that earlier in this segment when you were talking about some of the successes and achievements of this organization with getting those guys the way they did. Do you feel like there's maybe a feeling with the organization where it's like, we're proud of that. We really, really, really want that to work, and we want them to have success here as Royals because that was the intention. Do you think they're just holding on to that and just stubbornly thinking like we got to make this work, and that's motivating the whole run it back mantra?
I think they're scared of another bad year. That's what I think. That's what I think's in play.
Which makes it confusing, right? Why do the same thing?
I think JJ Piccolo is really scared to have a bad year next year. And I think if you're looking at it through his eyes, you're clinging to what would we do in the rotation if we didn't have those two guys? So trade one of them, right? Like what? But I can understand that. But does that mean it's the best thing for this organization? 100%, it does not. Like the best thing for the organization is to try to, as quickly as you can, get enough pitching to support the lineup that looks like it's got a chance to be really good and young and controllable and all of those things. That's the goal. And so I would ask again, Seth Lugo, Michael Wacha, and a bunch of dudes have not been good enough this year. Now, I know there have been injuries involved in that. Ragans, Bubic, Alex Lang, Noah Cameron is starting to come back maybe a little bit. But that same thing, less Cole Ragans next year, is not going to be good enough either. What are we seeing that tells us it's going to be good enough? Nothing.
And everything you mentioned, a few tweaks here, is that the difference to give us more than 46 wins? No.
They need an entire pitching overhaul.
Right.
Which is crazy because the last 2 years before this year, that was the strength of the team. But when you've got mid-30s guys leading the way, they get older, man. Carlos Estevez, like all these guys got older, and they're going to keep getting older. Yeah, listen, we get it. We've been there.
We know.
Oh, my goodness gracious. If they don't, this is going to be wild. We'll watch it today. There's a lot of trades coming down. We'll look at some of those when we return.
Lightning, hail, tornadoes, flooding. It's the worst of severe weather, and it's coming. Spring brings warmer temperatures, but also dangerous weather conditions. Stay up to date day or night with the Storm Team 12 weather app. You'll get accurate forecasts, so you can plan ahead and stay safe, no matter the weather. Download the Storm Team 12 weather app, brought to you by Stutzman's Greenhouse.
The future of television has arrived. Next Gen TV is here with stunning video, movie theater quality sound, enhanced voice clarity, and interactive features, all upgradable for the future. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
The canvas of our imagination. They tell a story. Clouds affect the events of your day. Sometimes they growl, sometimes they inspire, but they're always the messengers of nature's mood, written in the sky. Storm Team 12 understands the language of clouds. We're dedicated to decoding their message, so you know what to expect. Behind every cloud, there is a story waiting to be told. Trust Ross Jansen and Storm Team 12, alerting you first to the impact on your life.
We are following a breaking update.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
Whoever is behind the wheel of this bus is not stopping.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
Search LNL for the all-new Local News Live streaming app.
Odyssey is one of the most influential audio and entertainment brands in the nation. You already know Odyssey's iconic local radio brands in Wichita. But did you know Odyssey has the country's best collection of music, news, and sports brands? Odyssey is also a premium podcast creator, major event producer, and digital innovator. Odyssey brings people together across the country and right here in Wichita. Odyssey also delivers meaningful radio and digital audio results. Find out our story and impact at odysseyinc.com/Wichita.
Make yourself known now.
8310 in traffic pursuit.
Oh my God, here.
Investigate TV Plus begins with real people.
We investigate stories that impact you.
And inspire change every day.
Something is broken.
Real problems.
Why are they hiding it?
And real solutions.
My daughter was dying in front of me.
What was your reaction when he said that?
Investigate TV Plus, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. on KWCH.
Sometimes people tell us, I don't get it, it's just tea. But let me tell you, we are so much more than just tea. With 20 plus flavors of sweet and unsweet iced tea, the possibilities are endless. Come on in and try them all for free to find your favorite or get us on the go for your busy lifestyle. And don't miss happy hour every day. So the next time someone tells you it's just tea, tell them to come by and find out why we say drink tea, be happy.
Jim Rome here, lighting up your afternoons on The Jim Rome Show. Catch me starting at 2 on Wichita's #1 sports radio, Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH.
Mornings are busy. We're here to make your mornings better. We report the stories that affect you.
3 more hospital lies from contaminated apple juice just a day after the FDA issued a recall.
We're here to make your mornings better.
Closing east and westbound lanes of K96 for repairs.
With 12 News, you're prepared for your whole day.
Scattered thunderstorms across the state into the afternoon.
Stay a step ahead with 12 News this morning on KWCH and KSEW.
Sports Daily on KFH.
All right, welcome in, everybody. It is Sports Daily here on KFH. We are glad to be with you now from 8 to 11 live. Longhofer Lawn and Tree Care celebrating 60 years in Wichita, providing expert lawn care for healthy lawn, tree and shrub care, and bedweed control since 1966. Longhofer Lawn and Tree Care. Glad to be with you here on Sports Daily. It is a great time of year, Brady. You can feel it. You can sense it.
Yes.
We've got all these trades. We just talked about it. We'll have Jalen Thompson in tomorrow. He is going to come in. We'll discuss whatever it is that the Royals decide to do over the next, what do we got? About 7 hours and 20 minutes until the Major League Baseball trade deadline. I believe that's right. So we'll discuss it. Our new KU insider, pour one out for Shreyas Laddha, off to the next adventure. Henry Greenstein's going to be in. We're working on a time for that. So KU is starting football practices this week, and we don't know a lot about when exactly they'll happen each day. So we're working on a time for that, but we'll get Henry in here to talk a little KU preview camp a little bit. Talk about these college basketball happenings as well, maybe more importantly for KU fans. We'll try to do that at some point in the next couple of days as well, and then it'll slot into a regular spot. I'm so excited, Brady, for everybody to get, the list of insiders and the segments and the fun we're going to have on this show as we get to the fall. Not to gloss over the fact that, we're almost back to football, which always makes things more fun for everybody. These college sports happenings have made things more interesting. We'll revisit that. We'll kind of scour and revisit that in the next hour, see if there's been any movement on the legislation. But Major League Baseball trade deadline is coming, Brady. There have been a lot of moves. And we're seeing them this morning here. Like, they're happening as we speak. The Phillies just added Luis Arraez, who's been a batting champ, I think, 3 times? He's on the move. We mentioned the Jose Soriano trade because I think it resonates for Royals fans a little bit. They've got teams are being aggressive here. They're being aggressive. The Phillies have already made a couple of moves. I think they need pitching. We saw the Blue Jays aren't even in it, and they're making trades for players. And we're sitting there we're sitting here watching this, and you go and you look at how many teams are probably trying to add to the roster. And you've got these tradable assets. My goodness, this could be catastrophic for the Royals if they don't capitalize here. I don't understand. Who is wanting to run this back? They just got swept by the Rockies.
Yeah, I mean, that says it all.
They just got swept by the Rockies. That
was bad.
I don't get it. And we're seeing so many teams buy right now. Do the Dodgers, who have one of the better farm systems and are always willing to trade aggressively, do they have enough pitching right now? Shohei Ohtani's not throwing lately. They've had injuries up and down the rotation. Would they be in play for a guy like Michael Wacha? If you're going to push it all in, if you're the Dodgers and payroll's not a factor, are you in play for Wacha? Don't you make that call if you're the Royals? I mean, I think you do. I just don't understand the thought process of running it back at this point. What are we watching that tells us that's a good idea? When in the history of baseball has that ever been a good idea that you can remember? I want you to think, because I have been, and I can't come up with one, of an example of where a bad team just thinks they're all of a sudden going to snap a finger and get better the next year without major changes.
Especially in baseball, it's so much harder to do that in baseball than any other sport.
I don't
and
get
the Royals are like, challenge accepted, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, man. They already did that this year.
Right? Yeah, that's the thing.
Back this year. That's what they did. The team wasn't good enough last year. They made the playoffs in 24. Last year, to me, wildly disappointing. So what do? They say, you know what? It's fine. We like what we've got. We're going to run that back. We're going to add a couple of bats to a bad offense, and we're going to be in good shape. Okay? I could buy that last year. I could. I was on the fence. I think if we pulled the tape up, I was on the fence on Lugo. They either need to extend him, they need to trade him. You can't let him walk away, though. They choose extend him, and it was the wrong choice. I think we can say that now definitively. That was the wrong choice. They made some moves, feel pretty good about him. Kolek has been okay. And the thing about it is, now we get into this. Like, if we look at the starting pitching next year, Kolek, Lang potentially, maybe you can bring Bubic back. I don't even know that you count on Reagans. Luinder Avila's been okay. Like, to me, if I look at the rotation with and without Wacha and or Lugo, it's going to kind of be the same, right? Not because Wacha hasn't been really good and Lugo has been okay, average, maybe we could call it this year. But like the replacement value of those guys isn't so much worse that I think it totally changes the outcome. So what is a better path to them getting back to it? To me, you might have to be willing to say, oh boy, maybe next year isn't quite the year. But next year is possibly a throwaway year anyway, Brady.
Right. Again.
How much baseball are we playing next year? I
don't know.
To say, let's trade these guys now. Let's get some pitching prospects. Like, you could tell teams in a trade really don't care about any bats. Like, if you want, we could use an outfield bat, but not the end of the world if we don't get it, right? We need pitching prospects and we need lots of them. Okay? And you see what sticks. Can you get two guys out of that maybe slot into a rotation anytime over the next couple of years? That's where we go. Let's go to the phone lines, 869-1240. It's Dr. Earl. Earl, it's been a while. I figured you might like this new time slot situation. How are you, Earl? Let's try that again. Max, do we have Earl on the line?
We are dead.
Hey, there we go.
You guys have forgot how getting up at the break of dawn. You guys have forgot how to take phone calls now because everyone's sleeping when you were doing it.
I know. I thought I'm being 100% honest, Earl. I was like, you know who's going to love this new time slot? Earl's going to love this new time slot. Glad to have you back. How are you?
Hey, it's good. It's good. Look, man, Royals quite simply, and I'm a Royals fan blue to the core, and I can't watch it anymore. Q's got to go. Even in his first year, he showed he was over his head. They actually got that playoff game because the players were good enough to overcome the manager's loss above replacement. I mean, Q doesn't have a clue, and he needs to be with the horses that are turned to glue. And we're going to wax a little poetic here, but I'm telling you, man, he's not the manager for this team. It's obvious, and they're still shoving it down our throats. And it's brutal to Royals fans. Like when the Chiefs had Paul Wiggins as the coach and kept saying, hey, it's going to be okay because Wiggins can win with love.
So like running it back, obviously, I know I can tell where you are on that. Wacha and Lugo are still pretty good pitchers, but like as a Royals fan that's blue to the core, are you willing, if they trade those guys away, to have another year to sort of reset the pitching? Because I think that's what Piccolo's afraid of.
No, what I'm willing to do is to get Q out of there, get a competent major league manager in, and we actually will win games that we've been losing. Because he does the same crap over and over and over and over again and expects different results.
I agree.
And obviously it comes from the top.
So what do they do with Lugo and Wacha, though? Because I agree with you on I think Q's done a pretty poor job this year. I'm with you on that. But what do you do with Wacha and Lugo? Are you saying get rid of Q and keep those guys and don't trade them?
I'd get rid of Lugo. I'd keep Wacha. You got to have him for some kind of ace and a teacher. If you bring in, and always your thing is, man, let's trade. There's no guarantee. What was the stat?
I'm actually not that way. I said keep Lugo last year, and they did, and it was a mistake.
And he got injured.
Wacha's currently 35 years old. Who knows how much baseball we play next year, which means he'd be 36, maybe 37 when they put – like, I think we got to think about that. So that's what Lugo did get injured because he's an old pitcher.
So think of it this way. Since we obviously have no one that can teach hitting, pitching, or anything, Watka's the closest guy these young pitchers are going to have for someone showing them a way to pitch as a major leaguer. Hell, I keep him around on that merit, besides the fact he's still a pretty good darn pitcher out there.
But
unless you get rid of Q, it's none of it's going to work, and it's just lunacy, man. And
Let me give you one more, Earl.
Okay.
What if they keep Lugo for that role but trade Wacha because the return would be so much higher?
Well, and again, the return. 2 out of 3 of the top prospects we get in trades, 2 out of 3 never work out.
I'm basing it more. Did you see what Soriano just pulled from the Jays, who aren't even a contender? I think it was their number 3 prospect.
Okay, and again, there's no guarantees on these prospects.
Well, no,
Lugo
but there's
could teach the young pitchers. Hey, Lugo could teach the young pitchers what to do when they get hurt and have rehab starts. Wacha can teach them how to be a major league pitcher to get out there and get outs and get wins.
I cannot wait. Appreciate it, Earl. So glad to have you back. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on this Chiefs offseason. You got to call when this isn't a football day today. But I got to know what you think of the Chiefs offseason. So call us back this week. We'll be talking Chiefs because there was a lot from Chiefs camp this week. That's your first, Brady, with Earl. Earl's one of the all-timers.
That was great.
On this
That's a great introduction for me, for Earl.
One of the all-timers.
Fired up.
Text Tommy Castor and have him send you Earl's call about the day Tommy came on the air after his vasectomy. If you want to know some of Earl's greatness. We spent 2 hours, Brady, making fun of Tommy and trying to go like inside jokes for 2 hours, and Earl took it off the top ropes and took it to another level. Great caller. Earl, good to have you back. Good to have everybody back. And again, that's what, the new format, the new show change. I suspect, Brady, there's a lot of our old timers that ain't waking up at 7 a.m. that will be happy to be back. We got a great base of people for Sports Daily over the years, and I am, as much as anything else, glad to give a lot of people the opportunity to start being a part of the show again. 8 to 11, all live hours, gives everybody that chance, and we're glad to have everybody here with us. But we're gonna keep watching. Listen, this trade deadline, man. I do agree that the change in the manager's seat has to come. Right.
I was glad Earl mentioned that because we haven't really touched on that yet.
That doesn't even seem to me like it's worth a discussion anymore, even though we've had it a million times. I don't know how you could run that back.
No.
Between the CAG stuff early in the year, the throwing out Matt Strom instead of Daniel Lynch the other day, like, what are we doing here?
things just kind of all over the place. It's like we couldn't even kind of get
definition,
set up.
that old definition of insanity thing, right?
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Nailed it, Earl.
We got another hour here. We will we'll talk just a little bit of Chiefs here, because there's a couple of injuries and things we need to sort through from the weekend. So we'll have that for you in our final live hour. Glad to be here with you, everybody. It's all coming for you. It is Sports Daily. Jacob Albrock, Brady Bowman. Don't go away.
Lightning, hail, tornadoes, flooding. It's the worst of severe weather, and it's coming. Spring brings warmer temperatures, but also dangerous weather conditions. Stay up to date day or night with the Storm Team 12 weather app. You'll get accurate forecasts, so you can plan ahead and stay safe, no matter the weather. Download the Storm Team 12 weather app, brought to you by Stutzman's Greenhouse.
The future of television has arrived. Next Gen TV is here with stunning video, movie theater quality sound, enhanced voice clarity, and interactive features, all upgradable for the future. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
Canvas of our imagination. They tell a story. Clouds affect the events of your day. Sometimes they growl, sometimes they inspire, but they're always the messengers of nature's mood, written in the sky. Storm Team 12 understands the language of clouds. We're dedicated to decoding their message, so you know what to expect. Behind every cloud, there is a story waiting to be told. Trust Ross Jansen and Storm Team 12, alerting you first to the impact on your life.
We are following a breaking update.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
Whoever is behind the wheel of this bus is not stopping.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
Search LNL for the all-new Local News Live streaming app.
Odyssey is one of the most influential audio and entertainment brands in the nation. You already know Odyssey's iconic local radio brands in Wichita. But did you know Odyssey has the country's best collection of music, news, and sports brands? Odyssey is also a premium podcast creator, major event producer, and digital innovator. Odyssey brings people together across the country and right here in Wichita. Odyssey also delivers meaningful radio and digital audio results. Find out our story and impact at odysseyinc.com/Wichita.
Make yourself known now.
310-1 in traffic pursuit.
Oh my God, here.
Investigate TV Plus begins with real people.
We investigate stories that impact you.
And inspire change every day.
Something is broken.
Real problems.
Why are they hiding it?
And real solutions.
My daughter was dying in front of me.
What was your reaction when he said that?
Investigate TV Plus, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. on KWCH.
Sometimes people tell us, I don't get it, it's just tea. But let me tell you, we are so much more than just tea. With 20 plus flavors of sweet and unsweet iced tea, the possibilities are endless. Come on in and try them all for free to find your favorite or get us on the go for your busy lifestyle. And don't miss happy hour every day. So the next time someone tells you it's just tea, tell them to come by and find out why we say, drink tea, be happy.
Jim Rome here, lighting up your afternoons on The Jim Rome Show. Catch me starting at 2 on Wichita's #1 sports radio, Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH.
Mornings are busy. We're here to make your mornings better. We report the stories that affect you.
3 more hospital lies from contaminated apple juice just a day after the FDA issued a recall.
We're here to make your mornings better.
Closing east and westbound lanes of K96 for repairs.
With 12 News, you're prepared for your whole day.
Scattered thunderstorms across the state into the afternoon.
Stay a step ahead with 12 News this morning on KWCH and KSEW.
They love it on Nebula. They're wild about it on Taurinus. Even on Motus, where they don't like anything at all, they eat it up.
Now, from Wichita's most listened to sports radio, 97.5 and 1240 KFH. This is Sports Daily.
Hello, this is Mole Man in the morning. Good Mole Man to you.
Okay.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. It is Sports Daily. Welcome into another hour live with you until 11 o'clock. Join in the fun, everybody. We'll talk a little Kansas City Chiefs this hour. We'll look around some of the other NFL headlines, perhaps from the weekend and training camp. A lot of other stuff happening today, though, as we take a stab at any sort of trade deadline movement. The Royals, we don't know what they're going to do with Waka and Lugo, but there are other players that must be traded. John Schreiber at the top of the list. We'll see what they do with Daniel Lynch and any other, Starling Marte seems like he could be handy for somebody to have. So, look, there are a lot of other things happening with the trade deadline, too, that we will keep an eye on. But we have the college sports latest. I have not seen anything yet this morning, Brady, from anything new since basically the Big Ten and SEC have signed off on the legislation late Friday. I haven't seen anything new procedurally on that to see what the chances are of getting a vote, which surprises me a little bit. I thought, I don't know what time they go to work in Washington or whatever, but I kind of thought we'd see something by now this morning of like, okay, well, here's what's next.
Yeah, just to double check, I don't see any new headlines right now. Nothing new right now on that.
I don't either. Okay. We're waiting there. So we have that a little bit for you. We are waiting and patiently then, or impatiently, if you're me. I don't do very many things patiently on the college sports stuff. So we're making our way through all that. We'll get you some updates. It's all what's on tap this hour, brought to you by the Wichita Brewing Company. Now featuring its brand new summer cocktail menu. Set sail with a salty doggy or bearded clam. Escape with a Waikiki wake up or a string bikini Bellini. WBC summer cocktails, because summer sips better at Wichita Brewing Company. Did you see over the weekend? This isn't one of the Chiefs things we necessarily need to talk about. Did you see the funny video? There are two really funny videos of the Chiefs going around. One was Travis Kelce, like his shirt was blowing against him unfavorably coming back from the wedding. I can't fit now listen, because I think this is fake. This is where I need TJ to tell me what's real and what's fake, because it's hard for me. It almost looks fake. I was like, that's not real. But then
the Travis Kelce one
tweeting it or make me think, okay, well, maybe it is real. I think okay. So Jesse Newell said, and here's where I am, because Kelce then reports to practice with basically a handlebar mustache and not a full beard. I think that video of him walking around, and it has been resent by like aggregators that are leaned upon for NFL news. Like I saw that and I was like, that's AI. Because if you see Kelce today, it doesn't look anything like him.
Yeah, I was wondering about AI myself, actually. That was one of my first thoughts when I saw it as well, because it's so prevalent out there. I mean, we know this, whether we're looking at sports headlines or news headlines or anything that's out there. It's just, you got to be skeptical of everything that you see. But it really took off, though, because just the jokes. The jokes just,
it was funny.
Yeah.
Right, it was funny.
It's like, he just got married. Look at him already.
Even
married.
If it is 100% an AI video, it's still funny, right?
Yeah.
It's still a funny, a marriage is treating him well. Like, that's all funny. But then we see videos today And he's walking up, the old walk up the hill. Have you been to Chiefs camp? Walking up the hill. Dude, he looks good. And I'm seeing practice video right now too going out. Like he looks good. He looks like he's added weight, honestly. Like not, and I don't mean the beer gut AI video or whatever that was. I mean like he looks like he's added a little muscle mass here from kind of the leaner build he took a year ago. He looks pretty good to me.
I think I just did a Google search of Travis Kelce. Just Travis Kelce is all I Googled. And yeah, I'm seeing some of the clearly AI clips where just like the belly's like completely out. Looks like he's.
Well, yeah, I mean, those are also out there. But the one that's getting run, like Dove Kleiman or whatever, and I don't even know if Dove Kleiman is a real person. I think it is. Or if it's a fake person, but he sends everything out. I saw that Kelce video this weekend from people that I was like, okay, this must be real, right? AI is really going to suck.
Yes.
AI is really going to suck, right? Like this is going to get out of control. Is it too much to ask to have some sort of like stamp on these videos that makes it clear? Like I think about, we'll joke a lot on this show how old we are. We're not that old. Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
We're not that old. What are we? We're both in our early 40s.
I'm 40 even. 40
okay,
even.
You haven't added another digit.
Yeah. No, not yet. I'm still at 4-0. Don't do that to me, Jacob.
I'm 41. I'm 41. So
okay. When's your birthday or what month?
End of March.
85? 1985?
85, baby.
Okay, so we're both 1985ers.
Yeah, 85. So I look, and we both work in the industry of like weeding out the fake stuff, right? Like we are equipped and already skeptical of everything. And the AI is already getting out of control because we're so trained to like process news, especially if you're using X or social, like you see it, you process it. Okay, where does this have to go? This is breaking news. What are we doing? Now there's so much fake crap on everything that you're like, what is it? How do I know if this is real? And so I'm not gonna cast stones at anybody who is led astray. But I think about like my parents. Good Lord. They'll never be able to watch anything again. They believe anything. They already believed anything. When it was obvious.
Yeah, when my dad mentions any headlines and stuff, because in the past, it's probably been close to 5 years now, he's had a smartphone. I mean, he had a flip phone forever. And we got him an iPhone, an actual smartphone. So now he can like browse the headlines, and sometimes like, the headlines that you can already get on like the news section, when you swipe over. And, I just try and tell him all the time. I was like, Dad, just like when he says, I heard this, and I say, where'd you see that? Or where'd you hear about that? He's like, it's on the internet. I'm like, no. You gotta be more specific on like, what's the news source? Where are you reading it at? It's difficult for the older generations to just, I see it on a screen. I see what looks to be a news article. That's good enough for me.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's going to be a pain in the butt. But he looked good. He looked good in the videos in pads. Chiefs go in pads today for the first time. Okay.
Yeah, I saw a Reuters photo. It looks like, okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about, Jacob, on some of those other photos. Like,
he looks doesn't he look like he looks like he's added a little muscle this year, which is an interesting development because I don't know. Like I would tell you again, they need him more as a receiver than they need him as a blocker. However, they are planning to run the ball more, very obviously this season. So maybe he will go in line a little bit. I kind of honestly have thought of it as use the other tight ends in obvious running down situations and don't put Kelce out there, and use Kelce in more passing situations. But maybe he wants to get in there and block on the end. I don't know. But it's an interesting thing to see. The other funny video, if you missed it from Chiefs camp, is Mahomes drilling his center.
I saw that.
Which he's having fun with that too. You knew right when it happened. Like that's one of those like, damn it. Did anybody get that on video? The ball slipped out of his hand. He threw it right back. And of course, everybody now, Mahomes looks great. Oh, man. We're in training camp season now, Brady. We are. Like, it's time to go. The unfortunate part of training camp season, the injuries. Like the poor Carolina Panthers right now, they've lost like their top edge rusher and both tackles to injury before the season's even started.
And that's a team with a little bit of, high hopes. Yeah.
A little bit of juice coming off the playoff appearance, right? Like those are the things you fear greatly this time of year. I say it all the time. We get really excited. All right, it's training camp. Here we go. And then very quickly reality slaps you in the face and you're like, oh, that's right. I hate training camp. I forgot how much I hate training camp.
And
because
the overreaction.
Now you just hold your breath every day that somebody doesn't get hurt in practice.
Right. Or it's like one really good play that somebody cut on video and be like, oh, man, now look out here. There he
is. Xavier Worthy caught a deep ball. Sky's the limit. Sky's the limit this year.
That's all that was last season. We heard all of that.
We'll go through some of the things that are noteworthy, though, from Chiefs camp, because there were a couple. In fact, Xavier Worthy's involved in this. A couple injury scares for the Chiefs. We'll get you the latest on that as they do go in pads for the first time today. It's all coming up on Sports Daily.
Lightning, hail, tornadoes, flooding. It's the worst of severe weather, and it's coming. Spring brings warmer temperatures, but also dangerous weather conditions. Stay up to date day or night with the Storm Team 12 weather app. You'll get accurate forecasts, so you can plan ahead and stay safe, no matter the weather. Download the Storm Team 12 weather app, brought to you by Stutzman's Greenhouse.
The future of television has arrived. Next Gen TV is here with stunning video, movie theater quality sound, enhanced voice clarity, and interactive features, all upgradable for the future. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
The canvas of our imagination. They tell a story. Clouds affect the events of your day. Sometimes they growl, sometimes they inspire, but they're always the messengers of nature's mood written in the sky. Storm Team 12 understands the language of clouds. We're dedicated to decoding their message so you know what to expect. Behind every cloud, there is a story waiting to be told. Trust Ross Jansen and Storm Team 12, alerting you first to the impact on your life.
We are following a breaking update.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
Whoever is behind the wheel of this bus is not stopping.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
Search LNL for the all-new Local News Live streaming app.
Odyssey is one of the most influential audio and entertainment brands in the nation. You already know Odyssey's iconic local radio brands in Wichita. But did you know Odyssey has the country's best collection of music, news, and sports brands? Odyssey is also a premium podcast creator, major event producer, and digital innovator. Odyssey brings people together across the country and right here in Wichita. Odyssey also delivers meaningful radio and digital audio results. Find out our story and impact at odysseyinc.com/Wichita.
Make yourself known now.
310-01 in traffic pursuit.
Oh my God, here.
Investigate TV Plus begins with real people.
We investigate stories that impact you.
And inspire change every day.
Something is broken.
Real problems.
Why are they hiding it?
And real solutions.
My daughter was dying in front of me.
What was your reaction when he said that?
Investigate TV Plus, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. on KWCH.
Sometimes people tell us, I don't get it, it's just tea. But let me tell you, we are so much more than just tea. With 20 plus flavors of sweet and unsweet iced tea, the possibilities are endless. Come on in and try them all for free to find your favorite or get us on the go for your busy lifestyle. And don't miss happy hour every day. So the next time someone tells you it's just tea, tell them to come by and find out why we say drink tea, be happy.
Jim Rome here, lighting up your afternoons on The Jim Rome Show. Catch me starting at 2 on Wichita's #1 sports radio, Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH.
Mornings are busy. We're here to make your mornings better. We report the stories that affect you.
3 more hospitalized from contaminated apple juice just a day after the FDA issued a recall.
We're here to make your mornings better.
Closing east and westbound lanes of K96 for repairs.
With 12 News, you're prepared for your whole day.
Scattered thunderstorms across the state into the afternoon.
Stay a step ahead with 12 News this morning on KWCH and KSCW.
Sports Daily is on KFH.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. 869-1240. If you want to give us a call, back in play here as we are live now until 11 o'clock. We go 8 to 11 now on Sports Daily. Starting today, man, we're excited about it. If you want to be a part of the program, you can call us. You can email us, sportsdaily@kfhradio.com. Still can find us on our video streams, Facebook, YouTube, X, all available for you. And thanks for watching us on 12 News Connected. Thanks also for listening on the Odyssey app. If you'd like to chime in that way, you can. Just hit the little microphone button. Send us a voice message. Kind of cool to have that feature available for you, too. All right, Brady. Chiefs camp. A lot to dive through today. Chiefs camp. We have 2 injuries already to watch. 2 scares, if you will. Again, since Friday when we left the air. First, we hear Cyrus Allen. Some sort of collision, if I understand it correctly, on a special teams play.
I think fielding the punt.
Now that one, I'm like, yeah, and it looked like he limped off and had to be helped off, and you read all this stuff, and you're like, oh, God. But I don't know. Cyrus Allen, of course, it happens right after we hear that his connection with Patrick Mahomes has been good early in camp. I would caution people there, when it's only rookies and quarterbacks, Mahomes has got to throw to somebody. I don't know where I expect Cyrus Allen to slot in this year. Maybe the 5th leading pass catcher in a best-case scenario. You've got Rice, you've got Kelsey, you've got Worthy, you've got the running backs, is Jalen Royals going to do anything? Maybe Allen could be the 4th, right? Or he's really, really good and can elevate more quickly. That doesn't happen very often for rookies in Andy Reid's offenses, but it's not unheard of. But then you have that injury and you're like, crap. All right, they're down 1. Was it then the same day or was it Saturday that Worthy gets nicked up? And it's a shoulder, right, for Xavier Worthy. And you're like, here we go again. We haven't made it a few days through camp. And the Chiefs are already down 2 wide receivers. Now, later in the weekend, we hear that Allen is a shin bruise, which sounds very painful, but I don't think is going to hold him out for very long. And Worthy should be okay. So it was really quick, though, Brady. We went from, all right, the Chiefs have some good depth. They feel pretty good about this rookie. Worthy's back healthy this year. Kelsey's back in there. They have Rashee Rice back, we assume is going to be ready to go for the beginning of the season. Okay, here we go. And then, boom, all of a sudden, any perceived depth, because we don't even know if it's real depth yet. We don't know how Rice is going to rehab from his injury. We don't know if Cyrus Allen is any good. We don't know a lot of things about the wide receiver room, but even just the perceived depth went up in smoke very quickly. It's like, oh no. How many good pass catchers do you think this team needs at any given time, in any given game, if they're going to run the ball? Like, how concerned, let's say Allen and Worthy were both significant and they were going to miss time. Like, I don't know how to gauge the level of concern because there are so many questions in that room this year anyway, right?
Yeah, my concern, honestly, is not extremely high because, one, like we talked about in the previous segment, training camp is also ripe for overreaction to anything and about everything. And it's, really, really early still. So plenty of time for those guys to get healthy. But, I was thinking about it with Mahomes' career so far. And, I just think, again, just like Tom Brady with the Patriots, he had a lot of different wide receivers. It never really mattered too much. I mean, remember with early on, we were thinking that, Sky Moore has to be the guy to come in and elevate. But Mahomes is thrown to everybody. It hasn't really mattered. Last year was kind of the outlier, but that's more to me due to a complete lack of a running game. The running game was Patrick Mahomes last season for the Chiefs. So too much on his shoulders, offensive line issues. Mahomes was running around like crazy. So there wasn't much of a chance anyway. But outside of last year, I mean, Mahomes is thrown to anybody and everybody with a lot of success, just like Tom Brady did with the Patriots as well, with a lot of different wide receivers each and every year. I mean, he had some mainstays, but to me, if Kelsey can still be effective, Kelsey still had a pretty decent year last year, despite everything. So,
not a pretty decent year, a really good year when you compare it to the rest of the league. Now, when you compare it to Travis Kelce, okay, maybe a little different, didn't catch a lot of touchdowns, but he was still like the fifth most productive tight end in football.
Yeah, very effective. Very effective. They can get up and line short up. I'm not too concerned about that because who are some of the other wide receivers that Mahomes is thrown to with success? I mentioned Sky Moore.
I want to go back to your Brady point because I think it's interesting. Yeah. I don't want to downplay though Troy Brown.
And he played both ways. We forget that.
I don't want to downplay Randy Moss. The thing I think that made Brady so great is we saw the very early Brady years, right, which were very run-based. Corey Dillon, they had some really good running backs. Lawrence Maroney years. Like, they had a lot of years where they were a run-based offense. Then you got to the Randy Moss year, right? And they became this high-octane passing attack. And then the end of Brady's career, it became like the two tight end offense with, Gronk and Aaron Hernandez, and then Gronk became, and then the outlier. And then you had a bunch of little slot receivers mixed in, Wes Welker and Julian Edelman and all those guys. So, like, the version of the Patriots offense, there were like 6 different versions of a Patriots offense in Brady's time, right? They were all great. So then you have Mahomes, who I do think is the most comparable to Brady based on the early success of the career. You've had Mahomes with the high-octane, high-flying Tyreek Hill offenses. You've had him post-Tyreek Hill with the, more possession-type receivers into maybe a guy like Rashee Rice, who's a yards after catch guy. But the one constant that has never changed for Mahomes is Kelsey. And so that is a little different than what Brady did, I think. Brady never had a forever crutch. Now, we're talking about a longer amount of time. Mahomes is eventually going to have to do it without Kelsey, maybe as early as next year. Right. But he has Kelsey now, still. And I'm with you. I think Kelsey's season last year was unfairly judged by Chiefs fans because they were comparing it to Kelsey, not to the rest of the league. Kelsey's,
and they weren't winning.
Kelsey's for his age, still, in my opinion, the Chiefs are very fortunate to have him. He's there, right? He's there and he looks good based on videos today, not the apparently fake videos from the weekend. It looks good today. And now they have Worthy back, seemingly healthy. I don't know what to expect out of Xavier Worthy. I'll be perfectly honest with you. But we know Rashee Rice is good when he's there. And if he's there, most days, based on the way I feel like the Chiefs are probably running their offense this year, Brady, that's going to be, I mean, there's not going to be a lot of production spread out among 6 or 7 guys like we've seen in the past, I don't think, because I think they're going to run the ball so much more and be in more run type formations. Like, I don't think the Chiefs brought in Kenneth Walker and invested all the money on the offensive line that they have and have Mahomes coming off a significant knee injury to line Mahomes up in the shotgun and run 6 different kinds of motion just to hand it off out of the shotgun. I don't think that's what they're going to do. And based on early training camp, like, it doesn't look like that's what they're going to do. Mahomes has been under center quite a bit, according to reports. So if Mahomes is under center, and I don't know if they're running like I formation or anything, but they're going to run heavy sets, I think. They're going to run a lot of tight end heavy packages so that they can run the ball. I don't think they're going to – they haven't done something to tell us, oh, they're going to trick you and run it. No. They've invested in, and I think saying, we're going to line up and you got to be able to stop us running the ball. That's, to me, what the Chiefs have done with the roster now over the last 2 years. Highlighted and icing on the top final piece of having Kenneth Walker.
And that's so key because last year, you know what was missing last year, Jacob, was there was but the lack of run game, there was no threat of a play action pass last season.
There was no threat of there was also no threat of a run of more than like 6 yards.
No, one-dimensional. It was easy for defenses to figure out. The line was having issues. Mahomes was on the run. It was basically like a continuation of the Eagles Super Bowl that the Chiefs lost. I mean, where Mahomes was running around for his life. And when it came to making plays or having a run that was more than 5 or 10 yards, it was usually up to Patrick Mahomes' legs to do it. So there was no threat of a play action pass. Defenses could just kind of sit back a little bit. That's going to be a huge, huge difference if they can get that run game going and take a little bit of that pressure off of Mahomes. Because even with Tom Brady's years, he usually always had a solid running back. You mentioned some of those names. Corey Dillon, remember when he came back and he resurrected Corey Dillon's career, how effective that was. And then when they brought in, I'm forgetting the name because he was with them. LeGarrette Blount had a good run there too. Yep. And he was a great guy to hand off the ball and just to keep the defenses guessing and set up a big play with the play action. There was just none of that threat was not there last year at all.
I can't wait to watch Mahomes with play action. I can't wait to watch Mahomes against defenses that have to bring players up in the box to stop Walker and give the Chiefs a little more of a chance to get vertical again.
Yes.
It's been a long time since the Chiefs have been able to get vertical. Now, part of that is due to, personnel. I get it. You go from Tyreek Hill, who became one of the great deep ball catchers ever, to not having him. You got to adjust there. I think Tyquan Thornton, who we didn't mention in our list of pass catchers a while ago, I think Tyquan Thornton, if you give them a chance to, I'll be surprised if the Chiefs aren't taking still 2 to 3 deep shots. I think it'll be to Thornton. Maybe Worthy factors into that. He didn't seem to be very good at that last year. Maybe he can get better. But Thornton, for sure, I think they're taking shots to him every game. Because if the defenses the Chiefs play don't start respecting the run and bringing those guys up, we've seen this all across the league. It's a league of copycat, right? The Chiefs are going to run it down teams' throats. Now, the other factor in that I don't know how much we're going to learn about the defense in camp. I've said this for probably a month now, is we're trying to grasp and be predictive with the Chiefs. I think they really want to run the ball that way, and I think they can. I think they can run the ball effectively if teams sell out to stop the run. And then you imagine, well, if teams sell out to stop the run and you give Mahomes that play action, he's going to shred them. Okay. So like there is a lot of intrigue to me by this Chiefs offense, but they can't do any of it if their defense isn't good. Because if they have to play from behind, if they're playing catch up, it's going to be a problem. So we're gonna sit and we've just done it, and we'll continue to do it throughout training camp. Of like, oh my goodness, this offense, and what are they going to look like, and how are they going to do this, and how are if they can't stop anybody, then they're going to have to throw it more than they want to, right? And so, like early in the season, to me, the absolute most important thing we see out of the Chiefs is, can they be a respectable defense? I don't even know where to set expectations on that, honestly. Where do you even set expectations for the Chiefs defense at this point?
And it's
league
been an older
average.
defense.
League average, is that
You'd hope
fair?
middle in the pack. Yeah.
That's where I am with it, because I think to sit here with all the changes they've got to make and say, oh yeah, they ought to be like a top 10, top 8 defense again this year, which is basically where they've lived for a while now. Man, I think that's unfair. I don't think that's realistic at all.
Secondary
that doesn't mean
issues.
they can't be. Doesn't mean that isn't like some best case scenario, because I think it's, it's in the possible range of outcomes for sure. I just don't know that should be the expectation, at least early on. I think their pass rush for sure has a chance to be better, and I think their secondary for sure has a chance to be worse. Can they offset each other? Probably so, yes, if the pass rush gets better. But the pass rush getting better, you're really leaning in, Brady, to either rookies or second-year players taking, being factors.
Yeah,
Spags' magic is done in the secondary. That's where, as we evaluate training camp, and of course, Mahomes' knee is the most important thing. Like, obvious, we don't even need to say it, but it looks good. I think he's going to be fine. It's what can this team be defensively? And man, we're going to not get an answer on that until they line up in week 1 and play the first actual game.
For sure.
They're not going to show you anything in the preseason.
No, who does?
You can't really judge anything that's happening in training camp. Like, how do you kidding me? Like, coaches probably can, but I don't think us just watching offensive and defensive linemen go one-on-one is going to tell us much about the pass rush potential of this team.
Especially a few sprinkle clips out there,
right?
On social
I
media.
think
It's like,
maybe
we're not getting a poll.
Mansour Delane gets out there and is healthy, seeing how maybe he goes one-on-one against some of the receivers will be helpful probably to some people. But it'll be, I don't think we're going to know much until they start playing. I really don't. The Chiefs aren't going to show us anything. They're not. Spags isn't going to show us his disguises before they start playing games, which is such a big part of what he does. We're not going to see any of that. So it's a little blind faith there in Steve Spagnuolo more than anything. But if that defense is good, the offense is probably going to be really good. If the offense can play in an environment where they can be run first, work off a play action, do some of those kinds of things with Mahomes. I mean, honestly, it could be the evolution of Mahomes. I don't know how you'll ever replace Travis Kelce and what he means to Mahomes. I don't know how you ever replace that. The good news is, though, Brady, they don't have to this year. For all the Kelce needs to retire people last year, it's one of the best things that could have ever happened. We don't know what Mahomes is going to be like without Kelce. We don't have to find out this year. So who cares?
But we can ease into it by establishing that running game that you're talking about.
Well, right.
And
yeah. If next year the question becomes what does Mahomes do without Kelce? But we know, they're running it down people's throats. It's like, yeah, okay, they'll figure it out.
Right. And, revisiting those rushing numbers from last year, looking at those numbers again, it's kind of like, it's worse than I thought, actually, or worse than I remembered. Kareem Hunt was the leading rusher last year, 611 yards. Then it was Isaiah Pacheco with 462. Then Mahomes at 422 yards. Actually, Mahomes had the best average, 6.6 yards per carry, 64 carries for Mahomes last year. Of course, a lot of that on broken plays, scrambling. But you talked about the big runs, Jacob. And as far as big plays, 20-plus yard rushing plays, I don't know if you know this number, but how many for the total team all year? How many for the team? How many big plays of 20 yards plus rushing did the Chiefs have last year?
0.
3.
They
3.
had 3 20-yard rushes. That surprised.
Hunt had one, and Mahomes had one.
Oh yeah, right. Mahomes. I forgot about Mahomes. Yeah, that's a good. That's good.
Let's see. Xavier Worthy had one. That's your 3.
Yeah. Mahomes. God. He's not gonna. He better. I doubt he does that this year. God, I hope not. I hope he doesn't have to.
Right.
All right, we'll come back. We got more Sports Daily. Last full segment coming your way right after this.
Lightning, hail, tornadoes, flooding. It's the worst of severe weather, and it's coming. Spring brings warmer temperatures, but also dangerous weather conditions. Stay up to date day or night with the Storm Team 12 weather app. You'll get accurate forecasts, so you can plan ahead and stay safe, no matter the weather. Download the Storm Team 12 weather app, brought to you by Stutzman's Greenhouse.
The future of television has arrived. Next Gen TV is here with stunning video, movie theater quality sound, enhanced voice clarity, and interactive features, all upgradable for the future. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
The canvas of our imagination. They tell a story. Clouds affect the events of your day. Sometimes they growl, sometimes they inspire, but they're always the messengers of nature's mood, written in the sky. Storm Team 12 understands the language of clouds. We're dedicated to decoding their message, so you know what to expect. Behind every cloud, there is a story waiting to be told. Trust Ross Jansen and Storm Team 12, alerting you first to the impact on your life.
We are following a breaking update.
Every day, all day, stream the stories that have you talking near and far.
Whoever is behind the wheel of this bus is not stopping.
From hundreds of local reporters and meteorologists spanning the country.
Chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
Search LNL for the all-new Local News Live streaming app.
Odyssey is one of the most influential audio and entertainment brands in the nation. You already know Odyssey's iconic local radio brands in Wichita. But did you know Odyssey has the country's best collection of music, news, and sports brands? Odyssey is also a premium podcast creator, major event producer, and digital innovator. Odyssey brings people together across the country and right here in Wichita. Odyssey also delivers meaningful radio and digital audio results. Find out our story and impact at odysseyinc.com/Wichita.
Make yourself known now.
31001 in traffic pursuit.
Oh my God, here.
Investigate TV Plus begins with real people.
We investigate stories that impact you.
And inspire change every day.
Something is broken.
Real problems.
Why are they hiding it?
And real solutions.
My daughter was dying in front of me.
What was your reaction when he said that?
Investigate TV Plus, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. on KWCH.
Sometimes people tell us, I don't get it, it's just tea. But let me tell you, we are so much more than just tea. With 20 plus flavors of sweet and unsweet iced tea, the possibilities are endless. Come on in and try them all for free to find your favorite, or get us on the go for your busy lifestyle. And don't miss happy hour every day. So the next time someone tells you it's just tea, tell them to come by and find out why we say, drink tea, be happy.
Jim Rome here, lighting up your afternoons on The Jim Rome Show. Catch me starting at 2 on Wichita's #1 sports radio, Kansas Fan Headquarters, 97.5 and 1240 KFH.
Mornings are busy. We're here to make your mornings better. We report the stories that affect you.
3 more hospital lies from contaminated apple juice just a day after the FDA issued a recall.
We're here to make your mornings better.
Closing east and westbound lanes of K96 for repairs.
With 12 News, you're prepared for your whole day.
Scattered thunderstorms across the state into the afternoon.
Stay a step ahead with 12 News this morning on KWCH and KSCW.
Let's do this thing. Go!
Sports Daily is on KFH.
All right, welcome back in, everybody, to Sports Daily. Glad to be here with you. Brady, did you see the list from Matt Derrick of the starting receivers today at practice for the Chiefs based on our
No, I didn't.
Let me get it pulled up again. It was good. It was interesting. Here's the list.
Go ahead.
First team wide receivers, according to Matt Derrick: Jalen Royals, Tyquan Thornton, and Andrew Armstrong.
Who?
So that's, I'm intrigued by Jalen Royals, so we didn't get to see anything from last year. Tyquan Thornton, I think, has a place on this team, and I think it'll be a meaningful one. Andrew Armstrong, I don't know.
You haven't heard of him?
It's going to be interesting to see. But I do think, and it sounded like the Chiefs survived both scares to Cyrus Allen and Xavier Worthy. I don't know what to expect out of Xavier Worthy anyway, right? How good is Xavier Worthy?
We got that flash his rookie year, but then right away, last year, their season opener, he gets hurt in that weird collision. Yeah.
It's thing. It is tough to decide an expectation for him. I mean, based on draft capital, the expectation should be pretty high. What about, we talked about like Kelsey. What about if Rashee Rice and Kelsey aren't back next year? Chiefs probably aren't going to have a lot of money. I mean, if you think about it that way, with Worthy and Royals and Allen, guys they've spent some draft capital on, boy, you really need at least one of those guys to be really good. There's no way they can afford. If Rice has a good year this year, there's no way they can afford Rice, based on what we've seen receivers get paid. Maybe they could, but I don't know that they will or want to.
Well, again, I think that's why Kenneth Walker really needs to work out. And, during this last break, I was looking up some more stats, Jacob, talking about those, the extreme lack of rushing plays of over 20 yards last season. The Chiefs only mustering 3 as a team, 3 run plays of over 20 yards. I tried to find the team stats on this for the overall league, but they didn't have that modifier as far as the big plays. So I went with individuals, right?
Yeah.
Leading the league last year, Derrick Henry had 17 rushing plays of 20 yards by himself. There's Devon Achane at 13, Gibbs at 10, and then look at this. Kenneth Walker III, he had 10 alone by himself last year. Again, the Chiefs as a team last year only had 3. So Walker brings that big play ability that the Chiefs did not have from the line of scrimmage last season. And you're talking about what that meant for the opposing defenses. Yeah, they could all just go back. They knew that there wasn't a big rushing threat within 20 yards of scrimmage, so they could be back there. And when you have guys like Thornton with those wheels, right, that can go down the field extremely fast, well, they can just hang back. And that's what they did last season. So Walker can come in and basically discipline the opposing defense to come up to the line of scrimmage a little bit more. You got those guys with wheels like Worthy, like Thornton. They can get past the secondary now and maybe get some, a little bit more one-on-one coverage or just find some room in the seam if you have that run game and disciplining the opposing offense to come up to the line of scrimmage a little bit more. So if Walker can bring that big play ability, that's going to be huge for those big plays downfield for Mahomes and the receiver corps.
Well, of course, right? Like and I think to what kind of what we're talking about, like, can it delay the issue that's staring at us in the face, which is, what does next year a receiver look like? Who's Mahomes going to throw to next year? Now, some of that may get answered this year, right? We might get answers to that in part this year. But we may not. So if Walker in this run game can get going, it's not just good for this year, it's kind of good for next year. You know what I mean? Like, that's where it buys you the time. The offensive line is locked in. Mahomes is locked in. The defense, if all goes well, has largely been rebuilt this offseason. So then now you can refocus maybe on pass catcher. The problem is they're going to have to do it through the draft, and they haven't done a particularly good job of evaluating receivers in the draft. Rice has been good. Rice comes with baggage. Would you say Worthy's been worth it? No. We don't know what Jalen Royals is yet. So they kind of need one of these guys, if not a couple of them, to really step up, or we'll see what happens. They'll always have the inherent advantage of older free agents being willing and having a desire to come play a year with Mahomes, I think, to try to capitalize, right? But it'll be worth watching this year. It'll be worth watching. It'll be fun, but that is a funny starting wide receiver list out there for forever. The Braves just make a trade here. Somebody, Brady, named Nacho is involved in that trade.
Love it.
The Angels sending Nacho. Wait. The Braves sending Nacho Alvarez Jr. in a trade by the Braves. Braves are being aggressive here. Not a headline trade. The headline is that somebody named Nacho was in the trade. Nothing from the Royals yet. Nothing I've seen from college sports craziness yet. 5 minutes ago. Yeah, this is a column. I'm seeing a column. So I don't think we have anything yet. I am dying to get procedural something to know. Like, I know that the Senate last week was like, if you don't hit this deadline, it's not gonna happen. Man, why else did they change their mind if they didn't think something was gonna happen? You know, like, that doesn't even make sense. Something's gotta happen, doesn't it?
We have something 27 minutes ago from Yahoo Sports. Let's see. SEC Big Ten vote to support congressional college sports bill after a mad scramble. So I think that's maybe what we heard was going to happen. So I guess it officially happened now.
Yeah. What we have to have happen, though, is get the vote in now. Yeah, I haven't seen anything from the lawmakers involved since they got the initial support of the SEC and the Big Ten. I am excited to see the SEC and the Big Ten eat some crow on this. Like, they almost screwed this up, and it still may almost be screwed up.
Right.
But for those two to have to sit back and be like, all right, fine, let's fix the things that everybody hates, I guess, would be amazing. The self-realization that you are not bigger than college athletics. You are the biggest. You are the most valuable. Nobody disputes that. But you don't have what you have without everybody else. Would be fantastic. What a fantastic realization that would be if they finally did it. And I hope that they did. Listen, we'll see. You're putting it at 40. I'm putting it closer to 60 or 70. I don't know why we would have wasted the time to have them change their minds at this point. I don't think it's in anyone involved on the legislative side to be stubborn and say, sorry, you missed your deadline. That's going to piss people off. So I think we know the president's going to support it. Does the House support it? It sounds like the Senate votes are there. Does the House support this? I think they would. I think so. We'll see. They got until the 7th. I mean, I guess they have later than the 7th. It's just when do they go on a break for like a month or something?
Let's see. Yeah,
why don't we all
they would
need
return in September.
Don't we all need month-long vacations?
Oh, amen.
Doesn't
Amen.
that sound good? We make fun of the Europeans all the time, but we take those month-long vacations. Like, how long are those? What do they call it? Holiday? We're on holiday when you're in Europe
for Congress.
No, for Europe.
Oh,
like isn't that like their month-long vacation that they just take? I think that's right. I gotta really expand my horizons.
There's like, I've always heard of a siesta. Is that what I'm thinking of? Or that's different?
No, that's a nap. Different. That's a nap.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And that sounds great. One other thing that we can get to before the show ends today. Mauricio Pochettino, the U.S. men's national team head coach, right? Ringing a bell with his blue shirts. He is back. He will remain as the men's national team head coach. Runs through the 2030 World Cup. Now, you are you got into the World Cup a little less than I did. I certainly was less than TJ was, but I can tell you this. The American brand of soccer that this guy brought was way better to me. Like the go nuts, go try to score a bunch of goals, damn the results. Like, this guy feels like an American coach. I know he's from Argentina, but I'm glad we've got him back. Welcome back, Pochettino.
He brought some excitement to it.
We'll talk to you again in 4 years when we're thinking about this again. I hope, can he go like recruit or something? Can he go find a way to make us have better play? I don't know what it'll take, but I'm glad he's back. That also happening this morning. As a last fading headline. So look, we're 8 to 11 now live every day. Really glad everybody's here with us as we make the little change. We're going to have Jalen Thompson with us tomorrow. We should be able, I think, to get Henry Greenstein with us. We're working on that as KU begins practice. So a couple guests for you tomorrow. The guest list, once we enter the actual fall, is long. Brady and I will begin to get predictive a little bit to the NFL upcoming. So we haven't done that yet on Sports Daily. So I think we do that, Brady. This is how we kind of done it in the past, and I think this will be good again. We'll kind of take it division by division, and we'll talk about, these teams, contenders or not, and we'll kind of make our way through it that way. And everything, of course, is looked at through the eyes and the lens of the Chiefs. Really, like for me, it gets helpful to do this and say, how many real contenders are there this year? How do we appropriately set expectations for the Chiefs? This year, probably more than any, it's not just the Chiefs versus and this is at least in my mind, Brett, it's not the Chiefs versus the Chiefs. It is the Chiefs versus the league. They're not the favorite for the first time in forever. Not even close. There's a lot of people that don't even think they're the favorite in their division this year. So how do we evaluate that? Well, we'll start looking around the league. It was a wild season of change in the NFL. 10 new head coaches, tied, I think, for the most ever. They've had 10 a few times throughout the history of the league. Think about all the quarterback changes we've had. It's a weird NFL year. It feels more open to me. So we'll begin to take that division by division. We'll probably start that tomorrow. And we will, of course, be chasing these headlines today. There'll be Chiefs camp. We'll see if we can get Max to get a hold of some of the sound that comes out of Chiefs camp. We'll have a little more time maybe to run things like sound from NFL camp. We get some of that stuff, and we'll utilize a little more of that now that we have the extra hour. But the best thing about the change is that you guys get to be more interactive with the show because there's 3 now live hours to be a part of it, and you can do it. You can call us, you can email us, you can leave us comments on the video streams. Thanks everybody today for doing all of those things. We really appreciate it. Now,
Jacob,
we do have, Max, I'm going to ask you a question live on the air here because I don't have a choice. We do have now with this format change. Is this our last segment or do we come back for a goodbye?
Oh, this is the last segment.
This is what I thought. Okay. Just wanted to make sure because we've inside baseball here. There has been in the past a shorter segment that we had to do, but I didn't think we were doing that anymore. So this is it. This is our goodbye segment. That's what I wanted to make sure of. Brady, how you feeling? You feeling good about 3 hours here?
Goodbyes are so hard. This flew by. I mean, one thing to look at, there is something to pay attention to on the college sports bill tonight, Jacob. I just saw that Senate Majority Leader John Thune believes that the bill has enough votes to file cloture tonight, which basically means that it stops debate and moves on to maybe a voting process.
That's the process that we needed because the deadline for that was initially Friday. If he thinks it'll get through, I believe he's the one that makes that call, right? As the Senate Majority Leader?
I believe so, yeah.
We may have some movement, folks. We'll get to that tomorrow. Thanks for being here, everybody. For Max, for Brady, I'm Jacob. All new, 8 to 11. Sports Daily continues tomorrow. See you then.
Alrighty then.
Especially when we have guests. I mean, that 3 hours is really going to fly by.
Once we get into the fall, and it goes fast.
And I thought the pacing was fine today with no guests.
It was, and we won't always have that much good content, but we only have to deal with that for 2 more weeks,
right?
And then we're locked in. So we then the only thing we need then, Max, correct, is just a promo.
The promo.
Okay, here we go. And Brady, this will still be that 30-second. So we'll be kind of both. I'll just like whatever, toss to you for a quick comment or something. All right, so here we go in 3, 2, 1. Coming up on a Tuesday edition of Sports Daily, now all live from 8 to 11. Brady, we're fired up for the people.
We're all about the people, Jacob, and an extra hour for the people.
You've never had more opportunities to call in and be a part of the show. We're excited to have it for you. We'll check in on the Royals post-trade deadline. A Royals insider is going to join, and we'll try to get our KU insider in as well as camp begins tomorrow on the football side. It's Sports Daily on a Tuesday.
All right.
Gentlemen, I've got to make these goodbyes quick. I got to go straight to work. So I will talk to you all tomorrow.
See you. Hey, Max, are you still there?